I think so.
Okay, welcome everyone to the Carbon Copies Foundation 2020 Fall Workshop event titled Updating the Roadmap to Whole Brain Emulation, Part 6, Neuromodeling, Patient-Specific Selection, Fitting, and Validation. This workshop event is produced entirely online with the help of our generous patrons and donors, as well as our team of talented volunteers. My name is Bill Nguyen, and I will be your moderator for today. This event is the 6th installment of our series for updating the 2008 Oxford University Roadmap. For this event, we'll be exploring the topic of neuromodeling in whole brain emulation. Computational modeling in the way modern neuroscience expresses its hypotheses. Computational modeling is the way modern neuroscience expresses its hypotheses, but it's also the concrete manifestation of replicated biophysical processing, the mathematics that determines what a working neuroprosthetic or a working brain emulation are. This is how success criteria are tested, designs improved, and how recorded brain data is converted into a reconstructed cognition. Our agenda for today will be as follows. To start off, we'll have a short topic welcome by Dr. Randall Kuna, introducing the neuromodeling challenges that whole brain emulation presents. At approximately 8:15 a.m. Pacific time, we'll stream our first interview recording. Each interview begins with an introduction to the guest interviewee, so I'll try to avoid lengthy introductions in this listing of our agenda. The first interview is with Conrad Cording, Professor of Bioengineering and Neuroscience at the University of Pennsylvania. At 9:15 a.m. Pacific time, we'll begin our second topic interview with Christoph Koch, Chief Scientist of the Mindscope program at the Allen Institute for Brain Science. And at 10:15 a.m. Pacific time, we'll stream an interview with Dong Song, Professor of Biomedical Engineering at the University of Southern California. Following this third interview, we'll begin with our live panel discussion at 10:45 a.m. Pacific time. At 12:15 p.m. Pacific time, Dr. Randall Kuna will close the session off with a few summarizing remarks. Our workshop welcomes participation and is open to all of our international attendees and viewers. You're invited to write questions directly into the chat that is enabled for our YouTube live stream. One of our excellent staff members is monitoring the chat and will alert the panel to interesting and topical questions. More complicated or multi-part questions where it's important to establish that the question is both properly understood and answered are best asked by directly engaging with the panelists. We make this possible through our call-in number. The number and PIN are shown at the bottom of the screen right now. They're also written in the live stream description and on the livestream.carboncopies.org webpage. They are as following: 786-540-5631 with PIN 180-618-986#. If you're calling from outside the US, you may also use the web call-in option at call.carboncopies.org to avoid telephone charges. The process is similar to calling into a radio show. Your call will be monitored and a respectful exchange is expected. When your question would benefit from direct interaction, I'll invite you to call in if you can. If you want to add a note to your question stating that you can call in or that you can't, that can be very helpful for both me and for the other staff members. Our many thanks go out to our patrons and donors, to our team members, and to the many experts who make time in their busy schedules to participate in our workshops. We are a 501c3 nonprofit operating with the sole mission of advancing research in whole brain emulation. As such, we appreciate the many contributions that have allowed us to organize events such as this one. If you would like to become a monthly donor or to make a one-time donation, you can visit carboncopies.org/donate and donate either by PayPal, credit card, bank transfer, or cryptocurrency. And now, before we get started with the interview, here are just a few technical comments that are important for our panelists and others who have joined us directly through our online meeting tool. First, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you have the YouTube live stream open on your computer, please mute the YouTube player to avoid echo effects. We'll be presenting our recorded interviews through the online meeting tool. There is no need to switch from the meeting tool to YouTube to watch the interview recordings. And please let me know if any of this is unclear or if you experience any technical difficulties. Now, Dr. Kuna will give us a brief introduction to the topic of neuromodeling.
Thank you very much, Bill. And as always, you did a really wonderful job introducing us here. And yeah, I just want to emphasize again that we're doing this like a bunch of people who are together at an actual workshop and who can just sit down or break out into whatever is necessary. Therefore, yeah, please take it very seriously when Bill says that if there are any technical difficulties, if there are any questions, just raise them. It's not like we can't interrupt this because, I don't know, it's a nationally televised event or some gala or something. Okay, so as you all know, we've been engaged in this ongoing process of having workshops that are meant to collect information from experts in various fields to refine our thinking and to address particular problem areas when it comes to this technical and scientific problem of whole brain emulation or neural prosthesis, or just patient specific or animal specific, highly detailed, high resolution, large scale computational neuroscience. And in our course of how we've been progressing through these workshops, we've addressed a number of different things. We started out very high level. We started out with an overview of the state of the art and which different sides of the problem need to be attacked. And we made our way through some of the initial success criteria for whole brain emulation, talking about what would have to be accomplished, what are you trying to reconstruct if you want to create an artificial brain that can have the sort of experience, the inner experience that we are having in our biological brains. And so that even touched upon topics such as consciousness and personal identity and all that. And then, for example, in the last session, we dove back into the technical issues, because you could see this like a document where, we're starting out with the success criteria as sort of the intro chapter, and then we're getting into the chapters that describe all of the big technical issues and the scientific questions. And we addressed first the question of scale separability. So this question that, undoubtedly anyone who is wondering if we can build an artificial brain that is just like our biological brain and that gives the same type of experience, it's the question, well, can you even abstract that? Where do you put that level of abstraction? Is there somewhere where you can safely say, toss away all of the components underneath and still have the right experience being generated on top? Now, today, we're getting even deeper into the nuts and bolts, I would say, because today we're going to be talking about the problem of how to build a neural model, how to build a working model, a functional model, something that is giving you the cognitive experience result that you're looking for based on the data that you can collect. And it's a very new problem for neuroscience, because for the past few decades, it was simply impossible to collect enough data and even really contemplate building specimen-specific, animal-specific, patient-specific replications of the data to the degree where you would then get the neural circuitry or and then ultimately the cognitive processes that are embedded in that. But today, if we look at the data that's being collected, well, in the functional realm, it's finally getting more interesting. You have 2-photon imaging, and you've got techniques that allow us to light up neurons at will. You've got your optogenetics, and you have some things like the neuropixel, beautiful new probes that can record from so many neurons that people in previous decades would have been jealous. But we, of course, are still looking forward and saying, well, that's just hundreds or maybe thousands of neurons, and really what we want is millions. So the functional realm is still struggling a little bit with the collection of data. On the other hand, when we look at the collection of structure, brain structure, ultrastructure, that's coming along very quickly. I would say the publication of the Drosophila brain at the beginning of the year. That was a big event that Genelia Research have ushered in here. And now we've had a beautiful paper just recently by the Allen Institute and collaborators on the publication of a cubic millimeter of tissue, mouse brain, that had been scanned at the ultrastructure level, and they actually did a second cubic millimeter as well. So, and now there are plans for much more that we can talk about today. So this data is coming in, and so it's no longer a sort of theoretical question. It's really a question of practicality. Now, what do we do with all that data? You have it sitting in front of you. Maybe sometimes there's missing data. Maybe there's some things that didn't get stained properly and then wouldn't scan properly, or who knows what else is going on. But okay, you've got this block of tissue. It's gone through a process, or you have a brain where there have been recordings made. So you may have functional and architecture together. You may have both those sources of data. Maybe we can even imagine the situation where you have all the data, where we don't have to worry about the technical problem anymore. It's relegated to the engineers. That's not quite true yet, but we can imagine such a situation where it has been relegated to the engineers. If we can imagine that situation, then you still have the question, well, what do you actually do with that? How do you go from there to a working model? What do you have to do to validate your model, to make sure that that what you're building is in fact what is there? Because every time when you build models, the models are wrong. That is just in their nature. The question is, in which way are they wrong? Are they fitting the context of what you're attempting to achieve? Are they meeting their criteria there? What are those criteria even? How do you test that? And what is the process for building the model? Because you have untold numbers of data sources, all these neurons and synapses, and whether you're measuring their structure or recording from them, and we haven't ever had to build a model from just such a huge data set before. And we know from artificial intelligence, for instance, and machine learning, where they have begun to tackle large data sets, that you run into this problem that not only do you need to make sure that that you know how to use that data, how to interpret it to build your working model, you also need to be able to deal with the scale, the scope of it, something that is often sort of called the curse of dimensionality, that problems emerge that you wouldn't have with a small data set. I mean, there's good things about having a large data set, obviously, but you also have this problem that everything kind of explodes into an almost unmanageable problem. So those are some really good problems to talk about and hopefully solve. It's wonderful to see how previous problems have been addressed over the last 10 years and are continuing to be addressed. So hopefully all of the ones we talk about today will be equally addressed. And with that, I'm going to step back and I will let, I guess it's Conrad Cording, who's our first speaker. I guess I'll let that take over. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Kuna. Now we present our interview recording with Professor Conrad Cording, interviewed by Dr. Kuna.
The following is a conversation with Professor Conrad Cording about the challenges and possible solutions when building and tuning large-scale models of neural circuits and cognitive processes for the purpose of neuroprosthetics or whole brain emulation. Conrad Cording is Professor of Bioengineering and Neuroscience at the University of Pennsylvania, where he is an influential and rigorous driving force behind innovations in computational neuroscience. Cording emphasizes the application of advanced methods in data science and machine learning with the flexibility to rethink approaches neuroscience has taken. The interview conducted by Dr. Randall Kuna includes a sequence of topics such as how to infer relevant dynamic model parameters from a snapshot of measurements, how to deal with uncertainty and missing data, and what to do about the curse of dimensionality.
And we already have your introduction. In fact, we have several of introductions to you, so I'm not going to introduce you right now, although it's wonderful to talk to you again after a few months. But yeah, let's dive into our next topic then. I don't believe you weren't directly involved with our last workshop, which was on this problem of scale separation. So really the question of which resolution would you have to go to, and can you even make that argument that scale separability is possible, that somehow the system is making itself sort of reliable enough at some level, kind of like a computer makes itself scale separable, and you don't have to worry about the analog features of every transistor going down to wherever. Yeah, so we sort of dealt with that, and this time we're more worried about very familiar topics in modeling, which is if you're trying to model a system, sometimes you have all the data you want, and then you're just stuck with the problem of how do I take this data and turn it into the model that I'd like to have that shows me the behavior I'm looking for. Sometimes you don't have all the data that you want. Sometimes there is either missing data or there are many things you can't record, and then it's a bigger problem. And even if you have all the data and you know how you would want to approach it, you have some idea how you would build your system, then you can still have other problems like the curse of dimensionality, just the fact that this is an enormous problem, and how can you carry out some kind of dimensionality reduction that makes sense? And I know that in the message I sent you, of course, we're focused on the human brain, right? That's what it said. But I really want to make this discussion easier to think about and follow. So I was thinking maybe we can constrain ourselves to a much, much smaller system like the Drosophila brain, something with about 150,000 neurons in it. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, why don't we start even smaller? So let's say we only have one of the neurons of Drosophila.
Okay, let's do that then. Let's talk about the single neuron.
And the reason why I like to start with the single neuron, because it gives us like an idea of scale. So if we take a neuron, it has lots of inputs. It might have hundreds or thousands of inputs. It has one output, like it will spike. There are some neurons that are more complicated that give analog signals, or that even give signals with multiple parts of their body. But like most neurons, we could say the input is maybe like 1,000-dimensional time-varying vector of what goes in, and the output is then the spikes that we get out of that. And this scale, I think, helps us think about it, because like these neurons are now embedded in either like a 100,000 neuron case in the case of Drosophila, or maybe in like a 100 million case in the case of the mouse, or in the 10-dimensional space like ours. Now, if you had all the data, and like I think that is the question we want to debate at the moment. Or like how easy, like there is one question, how would we get all the data? But imagine we have all the data. So what we have now is we have a neuron that we say observe. We observe that neuron, and we observe all the 1,000 neurons that go into that neuron. So now, what does it mean for us to understand this neuron? Randall, what would it mean for you to understand that neuron?
Yeah, that's very hard to say, because if we're only interested in understanding a single neuron, and we do not think of this neuron as existing inside of a context, like a visual system of Drosophila or something like that, but we're just thinking of it as the individual neuron, then perhaps the way I'd want to understand it is the same as in the single neuron modeling challenge, where you're trying to reproduce exactly the kind of output behavior, either in terms of the membrane potential or of the spike times or something, when you're giving certain input, right? And we know that this is already a very difficult problem to do. But yeah, in the context of a visual system, then you can go in two different directions. You could either say this becomes even more problematic because you have many more neurons like that in there, and you want every single neuron to produce exactly the output you care about, given that also this output is, stochastic. So you're really talking about a probability distribution that you're trying to match in some sense. But you could also say maybe the problem is getting easier because these systems work as an ensemble, and they have feedback, and they're constraining one another in some sense. And the system beyond that cares only about enough inputs coming in from a large enough percentage of these cells. So it could go the other way, right?
So look, what's interesting is like you mentioned a whole bunch of different things. each of which we could easily fill a whole interview worth of time with.
Right.
One of them is we can be better if we understand the function that something has. So people call it teleological thinking or normative models, where I can say, well, I don't just know that this is a neuron with 1,000 inputs and 1 output, but I know that that's the neuron that makes like our Drosophila fly away as fast as it possibly can. And then we can argue about like the ecological niche of Drosophila, which things should feed to it. And at some level, that gives us some insight. There's the other possibility that is a little bit about that scale separation that you also mentioned earlier, where you could say, well, maybe it's not that the neuron is the right unit in which we should think about it, but maybe in reality, Drosophila might have 100,000-ish neurons or 1 million, I don't know even the exact number, but in reality, it acts as if there was just 1,000 neurons, and the reason why there's all those neurons is that they just jointly do this thing as if it was just a 1,000-dimensional signal. Yep. If it's a 1,000-dimensional signal, then we need to basically figure out how these 1,000 variables relate to one another. If it's a 100,000-dimensional signal, in a way, we want to figure out how these 100,000 signals relate to the other 100,000 signals. In a way, the first is easier, no? Because you're like in this 1,000-dimensional space that you can observe with potentially less noise. At the same time, in this big high-dimensional space where we talk about neurons, we know an awful lot. We can say, well, neuron number 90,000 doesn't connect to neuron 1 at all. But we might not know that like that latent dimension number 900 doesn't relate to the latent dimension number 1. So it's very difficult, this space. Not like there are reasons why you want to be at the level of neurons, and then there's reasons why you'd want to be more like at an abstract space.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, it sounds like we're trying to talk about at least 2 different things at the same time, and I don't know if we can kind of pull them apart, because I think that 2 very important things that we're trying to talk about is, on the one hand, the dimensionality reduction, and on the other hand, it is this question of what sort of things you need to know about your problem, about your context in advance. So for example, do you need to know about there being different regions in this brain and an architecture between them? Do you need to know about there being at least, let's say, 2 types of neurons, inhibitory and excitatory, right? So there's a question of what you need to know about your context in advance. And there's a question of how you would reduce dimensionality, which those 2 are probably connected. And then, yeah, then we could go anywhere with this. We could talk about data, or we could talk about modeling, but I think those 2 problems sort of exist to begin with.
Yeah, and they're truly interesting, those 2 problems. Now, like the question is, how much does it help to have these kinds of knowledge? Now, let's say excitatory, the fact that most neurons are either excitatory or inhibitory, it makes our set of models much smaller, no? Because each neuron will only have positive or negative connections. At the same time, you could say, if you give me enough data that I could potentially find out how each neuron affects every other neuron, I don't need to know ex ante that there's excitatory and inhibitory neurons. I could detect that on the same data set, where I'd be like, oh, look, there's I know there's some noise, but look, there's all those neurons that seem to have mostly positive connections to all other neurons. And then there's these other neurons that seem to have mostly negative connection at it. And in fact, my model fit gets slightly better if I say that the mostly inhibitory neurons actually never have positive weights, and the mostly excitatory neurons never have negative weights. So it's the degree to which the kinds of questions we currently ask will help us fit the more complex models that we want if we want to, say, simulate Drosophila. We don't know how close we are to that.
Do you have a personal, say, list of crucial elements that you would ask for if you were trying to come up with the context and the right constraints for your model?
So for me, a central question that I would like to ask for, which is very surprisingly hard to get good answers, is to which level we need to think about neurons as being nonlinear. Now, like you could say, if the neurons have 1,000 inputs and they're linear, then I just need 1,000 values and I'll be good. At the same time, if these neurons do highly nonlinear things, then I need arbitrarily more parameters that I can't know about. And so to the level that neurons are linear or almost linear, I can, if that's true, then I can kind of sketch what the useful information is. And then you could say rough scale anatomy will tell me where the matrix must be 0. Basically, if two neurons aren't connected, they can't have an influence on one another. And that helps. Mm-hmm. And if you tell me that they're linear, I can calculate for you how much it helps. And if you tell me that they're linear, I can tell you how much it helps to know Dale's law, that they can only be excitatory or inhibitory. But if they can be very nonlinear, then these questions become much more subtle.
Right. How would you determine whether they are very nonlinear or not?
So the ideal, let me highlight the ideal experiments and then highlight why they don't work. So let's say I could take one neuron here and I patch clamp it because that gives me the cleanest results. And then I patch clamp a few presynaptic neurons that say excite or inhibit the neuron. And then what I could do is I can play this game where it's like, what happens if I have more input from one neuron and less from the other? What if I make both inputs bigger? What if I make all 3 of them bigger? What if I make, and I could go through the various ways of stimulating them. The problem is that because neurons have so many inputs, these small numbers of neurons that I could potentially patch clamp and define what the input is, define a tiny, perfectly irrelevant subset of what all the neurons do. So therefore, we will never be in that range with the techniques we usually use there, so that we can really map out like these complex nonlinear properties in cells. So that's why, weirdly, to this day, we have a rather bad understanding of how nonlinear various aspects of neurons are. There are beautiful slice experiments that suggest that they're very nonlinear, say things about NMDA spikes or calcium spikes. There are equally beautiful studies that argue that all that complex stuff that's in neurons just serves to make them even more linear. And where on that continuum we are, we don't really know at the moment.
So this makes our problem a lot harder if we don't know where to start.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
So if I can add my personal view there, I believe that neurons are probably very nonlinear, simply because from a computational perspective, it's useful. Because if you can be nonlinear, there's far more functions that you can compute, and it would seem very unlikely to me that evolution wouldn't use these extra degrees of freedom that allow things to work better computationally. And if we think about Drosophila, I mean, it's a huge population that try and eat my fruit in the kitchen, and I kill most of them very regularly. But that means that they have lots of generations over which they can, in a way, improve the computational properties of all those neurons, which might over time accumulate an awful lot of intelligence into the nonlinearities of the neurons.
Yeah, have they gotten a lot better at not being swatted?
In my personal observation, they've gotten a lot better at not being swatted when we started having young kids, and now they're getting slightly better again. I don't know what the causal chain is here.
Okay. Yeah. So then we have a kind of a combinatorial problem if we're trying to work with these highly nonlinear neurons. And if we can't constrain the problem from the bottom up by saying that we're dealing with mostly linear system, is there a way that we can use more information about the context in which the system is being used top down to constrain our problem, to try to come up with something that is behaving in the way that we want it to behave?
Yeah, I mean, like when it comes to Drosophila, I think it's a huge success story. Like, what are people doing? they observe flies, do behavioral work with them, and then they ask themselves, what could that behavior be good for? And then once they understand basically the relevant dimensions of behavior, what do I know? Like, hey, look, did you see that they fly towards the smell of fruits? Let's see what's part of them flying to the smell of fruits. And like with ideas like that, people are making an awful lot of progress at understanding parts of the fly brain.
Right. Yeah. So then one of the things you end up doing is you break down your problem into parts of the fly brain, and you make some assumptions about what these parts are doing based on what you've seen that they tend to be involved with, especially if you can do these nice experiments with 2-photon microscopy and optogenetics and everything, and you can activate or record what you wish, then you can get some good ideas on what these different regions are really involved with. So is one way to attack this problem is to break it into different pieces and then to try to model just the different pieces individually, constraining each one. Is that something that you would do if it was your task to build this artificial Drosophila brain?
Well, it is arguably the way neuroscience has been working for a long period of time. Like if you look at neuroscience from a zoomed out level, you have all these like peculiar things that animals and humans do, along with a community that focuses on that specific task. But I think there's a big blind spot to that, which is that oftentimes a part of a brain, at least for something like you or me, but probably for Drosophila, is reusing brain tissue to do many different things. So if we have that reusing, then if you want, there are areas where we can readily understand things. So like if we have a direct receptor neuron, say a neuron in your retina, no problem. I kind of can hypothesize what it does for you. I can study it and I can like assign meaning to it. And similarly, the motor neurons, like the neuron that drives the wing of the fly, I can really have a good understanding of that. But if we're somewhere more inside in an area where it's not one of these simple, low-dimensional, pre-computed behaviors, but more the interesting ones, it's very hard to know how to do that, because all of a sudden you have part of brain tissue that, say, it deals with rewards and deals with movement and deals with vision and deals with audition all at the same time in the same area. And then things get to be very, very complicated.
Yeah. That's true. But isn't this also something you can use, again, to try to learn more about that region? Because if you know it's involved in this chain and it's involved in that chain, it's involved in this chain, doesn't that give you more different angles to determine its behavior?
It does. The question is, what's the nature of its behavior? You know, like it could be that that what a group of neurons does switches and has a different role from behaviors. It could be that it doesn't switch, but because each of the neuroscience community is wearing their respective glasses, it believes that it's locally simple because that's only the part that they see and focus on. And I think we're a little bit in that situation where different groups of people see different things in the same brain areas. And I don't think we're yet at that level where we say there's some brain area used in many different tasks, and then these communities come up with like a joint hypothesis of how it works. But I see that as an important development in the future.
Yeah. But then inside each one of these regions, the resources that are there, they have underlying mechanisms that are preserved across many different parts of what these systems do. And even if they can operate in different modes, you know, like if you have a mode where, say, a certain brain region is working in a very rhythmic, oscillatory manner, and another where it has these very sharp ripples or something, there is some fundamental part of how those cells are operating together that is going to be preserved. So you have these different constraints, and you have people looking at it with their glasses on and seeing it from their context, but it all has to connect back down to similar mechanisms, right?
It should. Now here's a slight problem. So if you do an experiment on some animal, maybe you have your Drosophila, I have my Drosophila. We do two different experiments. it will be, in fact, in Drosophila, for a lot of neurons, it's possible. For mouse, it's almost always impossible. We cannot know that you look at the same nerve cell that I do. Like, you look at a neuron in maybe roughly the same brain region, and I look at a neuron in roughly the same brain region.
Yeah.
Even within very simple things like C. elegans, there's a difference from one worm to another worm, and there's undoubtedly a difference from one Drosophila fruit fly to another one, and so we are having this problem at the moment where it's very hard to take work coming from multiple corners of neuroscience and putting it together into more unified models.
Right. Yeah, and I think another related problem is that it's very difficult to, I mean, how do you set up a metric where you can say how well your model of this brain region is working? How good is your artificial brain or your artificial visual system? How do you know how badly this is underfitting or overfitting?
So let's highlight what we currently do. Like, you record from a couple of neurons in some brain area. You might be able to define the stimulus. Like, the Drosophila sits in like its own little virtual reality chamber, and you know what goes in. And you will usually be fitting a model which says, this is the firing rate I expect from that neuron based on what I show. And within a task, it's reasonably doable to ask how good our models are. I can say I have maybe 1,000 stimuli, maybe I show 500 of them to the animal and use that data to train my model, and then I show the next 500 and I use the data to evaluate how good the model is at predicting what we have there. The problem is it allows us, as long as we're within that narrow task. But what if, instead of showing, say, stripes that are moving, which is a popular pattern people use for experiments too, I show an actual hand moving. Now, like, my hand looks different to stripes. It might look somewhat similar to stripes, but it's different. In general, we don't test if the models work outside of the domain on which we test them. So there might be an experiment where everything the visual system ever sees is stripes. Now, how well that then works at predicting things that are not stripes is very unclear, and it often doesn't do all that well.
Yeah, this now I'd actually like to ask you your opinion on an entirely different approach, because this all makes a lot of sense to me when we talk about modeling a neural system based on recordings that we've done that are giving us time, something, some kind of multidimensional data over time. But the entirely different approach that, say, for instance, the Genelia and also Allen Institute and others are taking when you record the ultrastructure of a piece of brain tissue, and then you create a three-dimensional reconstruction of that, and then perhaps you're trying to fit it to a compartmental model with some cable equations or something like that. You don't have the benefit then of having all of that dynamic information. What's your personal take on these attempts, and how would you even start to make something useful out of it?
So it gets back to what we discussed earlier in the interview. So if neurons are nice and simple and linear, and I can maybe find out how strongly one neuron influences another by measuring how big the synapse between the two neurons are. In that case, I could imagine that these connectome-based approaches can effectively give us almost everything. Like, we want to know, is this neuron excitatory or inhibitory? And then we want to see how strong is its influence on all the other neurons, which we can measure. And you already brought in some extra complications that there's within cells. There's integration and cable equations and timescales and so forth. But let's say they could be all very simple. And if they are, then connectomics should absolutely give us the right answer. Like, we take the fly, cut it into thin stripes, figure out what all the neurons are and how strongly they affect one another, and maybe we do some extra biophysics so that we know which one is excitatory and which one is inhibitory. And then we simulate it, and our simulated fly is flying around in all its glory and eats like steals my apples just as well as real flies. But there's the other possibility that, well, things are complicated, that neurons are nonlinear, that maybe neuromodulators switch how nonlinear neurons are. And maybe the size of a synapse doesn't tell me how strong one neuron affects the other. It might rather tell me how important it is and how much learning is happening there, and so on and so forth. In which case, I'd be very bad at simulating fly behavior. So the proof is in the pudding, and I think we should do much more to find out how good we are at solving these tasks. But and it's clear what we should be doing. It's just so hard that I think not many people are entering that space, which is we should take connectomes, maybe C. elegans or maybe Drosophila, although Drosophila is just so complicated already. But we should take connectomes and see how good we can be at predicting physiology. Because why? Because in a way, for simulation purposes, we'd like to be able to, well, we need the dynamics of it, what's happening within the system. But it's also, if we think more broadly about medicine, we want to fix brain diseases. And in that sense, we want to also understand how brains work, because understand how they work is the key to fix things.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, but building this bridge between the coming connectomes and the physiology is one of the big problems of our time.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we could even talk about a very specific example, because as you said, the Drosophila brain is already much too large when we're talking about reconstruction from ultrastructure at the moment anyways. But for instance, the group that Lou Scheffer is involved with at Janelia, he's trying to at least take neurons reconstructed in the visual system of Drosophila and to make some predictions about how they're behaving from reconstruction of the three-dimensional ultrastructure. And when I think about that, I mean, I can understand how you make the measurements and then how you translate the measurement into an estimated resistance or capacitance, and then you can use that in your compartmental model. But comparing this with the process that you go through when you're building a model based on time series data or dynamic data of some kind, in this more normal case that I'm used to, I can see what we would call the training data, and then how you would create, your separate test or validation set or do some kind of cross-validation. And that way you can at least test the performance of your system to some degree. And I'm having a hard time imagining when you're building this by making estimates based on measurements in this three-dimensional reconstruction, what exactly constitutes your training data or how am I supposed to think about that?
So let's make this concrete. Let's say we want to build a model of the retina, because that's a nice place that we at least intuitively, I think, understand. So in the retina, we have the receptor cells that basically convert light into electrical impulses, and then we have multiple other cells. Now you could say, I reconstruct a cell in a retina so that I know, and let's do a wildly oversimplifying assumption. Of a cell in the retina, I killed all other cells apart from the primary receptor cells. Now, and I can reconstruct how big the synapse from each of the receptor cells is to the cell that I now want to model. In that case, I could basically take the strength that I have inferred, as you said, based on connectomics, and I could use connectomics equally to produce somewhat of a cable equation-based model of the cell, like a compartmental model. And then I could take data where I recorded from that cell, and as a function of lots of different visual stimuli that I show. And then I could say, how good is my prediction based on connectomics at predicting the physiology? Now, why is this so difficult? The first one is, like, usually there's lots of neurons involved, but that's something we could fix. Now, we could go into the retina and kill most cells. No problem. we can do these things. It is partially complicated because there's parameters that we cannot know. Like what is the average, what is the membrane potential in the dendrite, and how does it depend on the distance from the soma or something? So there might be some parameters that we can't get at, and you could try and estimate them based on the literature, or you could use them as free parameters. But in principle, you can then train a model that predicts what the output of the neuron will be based on its input. And in that case, the only free parameters are no longer how strongly is each neuron connected to one another. We want to get that from connectomics, nor what's the structure of the dendrite, but it might just have a handful of parameters, like axial resistance and maybe a scaling factor of how strong the things are, and maybe something characterizing the spike generation. But none of these models would be in terms of spatial properties, say. And if you could then replicate the spatio-temporal integration properties of that cell in terms of visual inputs, I would count that as a big success.
Yeah, that would be a win. But I noticed that in the way that you described this, you were working with some information that you got from the connectome, or from the ultrastructure, if you want to be precise, because there are so many different things that are being called a connectome. And then you also have the recording of the behavior of that neuron that you're using as a test, basically. Now, that's nice when you have it. There is this sort of argument, I guess I want to kind of get into that argument. There's an argument that comes from the side of those who are interested in emulating brains or pieces of brains, who very strongly believe that really all you need is the structure. So all you need is this preserved brain tissue. And then if you wanted to, you could wait for 100 years and you could create this fantastic model. You don't have to figure it out right now, and it doesn't matter how long you wait, and it doesn't matter if you have all your recordings. And that in order to then build the correct model, all you need is enough knowledge, a kind of library of the dynamics that you would expect to see from a model of this kind, or from these neurons, so that you're not using recordings from that actual cell in that Drosophila or that retina, but instead you're using sort of an aggregate data that you have about dynamics.
Yeah, and let's do that thought experiment with the retina. Now, you could say that I might hope that, say, the axial resistance depends on how thick a dendrite is primarily. I could take measurements from the physiology of a few cells in the retina, and I could then know how the width of the dendrite depends on it, and maybe other parts of the structure of the neurons. And you're right that after training maybe on a bunch of mice a bunch of neurons from, say, one Drosophila, I could then use only the structure of a new Drosophila and reconstruct the dynamics in that Drosophila. There's, in principle, this might be possible. Again, it depends on assumptions about it. Like it depends on, there exists no aspects that affect the dynamics that aren't visible in your structure. And you could say, if I say nonlinearity, you say, well, that's just on molecule M that no one has ever measured. And I'll be like, okay, Randall, probably you're right. No? And so the question is to which level the structure is complete, and to which level there are details that would be lost by any technique. Yeah. And that is ultimately, the proof is in the pudding. Like it's possible indeed that if we freeze the brain, we don't lose information. Or like we lose only so little that the simulation could be near perfect based on it. But it could also be that that a lot of the information is maybe in the exact alignment of molecules relative to one another that relies on an ongoing process that stabilizes these things, and without that process, it just decays in a very quick way. We don't know, I think.
Right. Yeah. No, that's pretty much what the argument has been, I guess, which is hoping that there isn't something that goes missing in the process of the preservation, let's say. So as long as all the proteins are preserved, then you could do additional measurements if you wanted to determine exactly which type of receptor this is and how it responds and that sort of thing. Yeah.
But of course, say agents that we might want to use as part of preservation. What do you know? Like we might want to replace water, which isn't so good when it freezes, with other carriers, might lead proteins to change their structure, and it could be that in the structure that was just changed, there is significant information that you now miss.
Right. Yep. Yeah, that would be exactly the point then. All right. Now, there's something I would love to ask, even though it kind of departs from where we're at. We've kept this very concrete, and we've talked about how do you use the data you can acquire in one way or another to model things that you can observe about the system. So we can observe the behavior of the system and whether it properly does what we expect it should do, right? Either the retina or the Drosophila flying away from something. But it so happens that I'm curious about your opinion whether there could be a meaningful difference between a software or a hardware implementation of an artificial brain. And maybe you already know why I'm going there. Tomorrow, I happen to be speaking with Christoph Koch.
Oh my God.
and even though I intend to have a very data collection and modeling conversation with him, because I've previously spoken to him about consciousness and his IIT stuff, that he champions the integrated information theory, and then he makes statements about how to measure consciousness, or at least this phi, and that it has to be calculated using the material connectivity and not using virtual connectivity, and therefore successful is only possible if the hardware is laid out the right way. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so let's talk concretely about these constructions. So first, and I must say I'm very skeptical that this idea is useful. So the first thing is the following thought experiment. Now, like if our simulation is correct, we have 10 to the 10 simulated cells in Conrad's brain now. Now, every single cell, because our simulation is correct, does exactly the same thing that every single cell does in Conrad's actual brain. Now, like let's say we find a way of turning off Conrad's brain for a while. Now we have these two brains. They talk exactly the same way. They behave in exactly the same way for all eternity from the start position, apart from noise, and no one knows if there's noise or what the nature of noise is in the brain. So we have these two things that are by all means identical. I have no idea what Christoph is thinking, why what he calls consciousness could meaningfully be different between those two. It makes absolutely no sense. Now let me talk about let's go a step further for that. Like, why is phi even a thing? Phi in a way is a measure of information integration potentially. Why do people say that phi could even measure something like consciousness? There's only three reasons. There's exactly three reasons for that. The first one is if you're dead and all your neurons are silent. Phi is 0. Great, you're not conscious. I give you that, no problem. In the other case, if you're epileptic and all your neurons go up and down at exactly the same time, so your brain's doing nothing but be epileptic, you're unconscious and phi is 0. And if you're somewhere in between, the neurons do stuff with one another. You are not epileptic and neither are you dead. It's greater than 0. So there's nothing beyond this logic that holds up the idea that phi would measure something like consciousness. And it gets worse. If I take a stone, there are waves in that stone related on how hot they are. And if I take a stone and I make it hot, there's more and more waves that keep interacting with one another. And a very hot stone has much higher phi than any of our brains. Is that really what we mean with consciousness? come on, it's just like it's a mathematical trick that people just don't see because they don't understand enough mathematics. I could come up with any number of measures that have the property of saying 0 if you're dead and 0 if you're epileptic and greater than 0 in between. So that whole thing, I don't know where those guys are coming from.
Okay. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir here because I feel pretty much the same way about it. Although, of course, Deepak Chopra would say that the stone is indeed conscious. So,
the idea of panpsychism, that basically anything that in a way mixes things is conscious in a way. Sure, like, yeah, the sun is much more conscious than anything else in the universe. But it is not what we mean, and it is not useful. And the idea that there's like, say, we assign value in a way to consciousness. Like, in a way, the fact that other humans are conscious changes the way I relate to them. The idea that a hot stone should in a way be conscious doesn't imbue it with like that idea of being valuable in the way that human consciousnesses do. And so it seems like a redefinition of what people mean when they say consciousness, and a redefinition that is in a way useless. So I don't understand why someone like Christoph is taking that point.
I mean, the redefinition could have emotional appeal, be useful in some sense there, but that's not really what we mean when we're talking about consciousness, because this is actually my main problem with integrated information theory, is that it doesn't, to me, explain anything that I want to know about consciousness. It doesn't explain to me, these characteristic aspects of consciousness that we notice when we're consciously aware of something. It doesn't really get there. So even if it is a measure of something, it seems like a measure of some kind of proto-conscious minimum requirement of your resource to be able to create certain number of connections or something like that and integrate information in some degree. But yeah.
Sure, yeah. And after the heat death of the universe, there will be no more consciousness left, and that is the sad state of affairs. But it doesn't. I think it comes from a way of ignoring the depth of the consciousness literature. It takes one very medical definition of consciousness and combines it with a pointlessly complicated mathematical approach to it. And it embodies something that we all know. Like, if nothing's happening, there's no consciousness. Like, if a cold stone in vacuum is not a consciousness. We can all agree on that, but it doesn't at all get at the richness that defines human consciousness.
Yeah, that's true. And still, the argument that that phi could only be calculated over a material parallelism as opposed to a virtual parallelism in software, that sort of adds an extra argument to it, which isn't even in the original calculation of phi or anything like that.
That's right. Yeah, it's pointless. It adds an extra thing to distinguish between two things of which we have no reason to distinguish them. It just adds it, and the reason why people like it because it makes them special. Now, like, a lot of people realize that in principle, intelligence is something that we could build and emulate potentially. Yeah. And once we're in that situation, we cling to that notion there should be something that makes us extra special because we're just so awesome. I mean, like, yes, we are, but we can't hide behind some math that like needs to be mega tweaked to give me the answer that I want. The math, there's nothing in the math that should distinguish an emulated entity from, like, if you want a biological entity.
Yeah, unless we built the model wrong, of course, and we didn't really include all the things we needed to include.
Yeah, no, and let me be clear. I'm not saying that like these text models that they use in deep learning are conscious. Like GPT-3 says a lot of things that sound like they're human, but it's just interpolating. So and clearly we don't want to call that conscious, but no one suggested that. And in fact, like GPT-3, what do I know? Like it might have relatively high phi, but that's the wrong criterion. It doesn't have the thing that the English language defines as consciousness.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, and kind of, I know we're sort of going off on a branch, and I actually wanted to wrap back into something more concrete, but since we're already out here, I just wanted to mention this other argument that gets made against, say, building a neuroprosthesis that is in software, or building a brain emulation that is in software, is this, or even in hardware really, is the idea that, well, you know, simulated fire doesn't burn, so how can simulated thought think? It's very hand-wavy and completely misses, in my opinion, the whole point of what you're doing. But yeah, this is one of the things that often gets also sort of brought up, and even by people in the field who then say, no, you have to, you know, you must study biological neurons, and you have to build brains out of biological neurons, because otherwise you don't get the same thing.
So it's interesting. There's an underlying idea of what is primary, I think. And maybe that is driving a lot of that. And maybe that is driving my way of thinking about it. That for a lot of people that are more on the computer science side of things, the primary thing of the universe is compute. Yeah. And physics is just like an engine that allows compute in a way. For a lot of other people, if you want, like the physics is the primary thing and compute is an abstraction to that. So in a way, simulated fire, from my perspective, burns. Now simulated fire might not be very good fire at this point of time. Yeah. But simulated fire captures, if you want, the essence of actual fire. And as we get better at simulating, if you want, it captures more and more of that. Now, let's say we could have a world that is simulated according to some criterion. In this case, it turns out that this world happens to be simulated according to the rules of quantum mechanics. And we could have a different rule that could be simulated according to some computer program. These two worlds, and in a way that these two worlds do the same thing, then I would view these two worlds as equivalent. Because at some level, what the ultimate basis of simulation is immaterial. Like in this other world that is just simulated in such a world that it would look like it's quantum mechanics, all the inhabitants of that world would conclude that they live in a world with quantum mechanics, because it's just a really good, faithful simulation of a world with quantum mechanics. So these people in that computer simulated world would have no epistemological way of making any statements about the difference between the two worlds. The inhabitants of both worlds, both of which simulated, just one of them uses the quantum mechanics simulation, they would come up with exactly the same conclusions.
Yeah, I like to think about it in terms of success criteria for your system or your model or whatever you're implementing, and what is it you're really trying to get equivalent. So if we're doing simulated fire, for instance, perhaps what we're trying to get is this visual sort of illumination with the flames. Okay, you could do that with electric light, but perhaps it is the burns that you would get when you touch it. Well, then you could simulate it with acid instead of with fire, right?
Yeah.
So simulation. Yeah, it's a matter of getting
a brain-machine interface for you that makes simulated fire feel perfectly like fire.
Yeah.
And I can turn it on and off, and you don't know if it's on or off. And I'm like, okay, look at that, and you're like, that's fire. And I'm like, okay, now like look at the simulated fire, and you'll be like, you're kidding me. This is totally fire. And so, from your perspective, the two of them are equivalent.
Right,
so the simulated thought processes that you have, in a way, become equivalent for you.
And you don't even need to go to a virtual world for that, right? Because you can make a simulation for a part of a brain, and then you can still have that inhabit sensors and motor actuators that are in the real world, in our world. and still you would get the same result, basically, right? So, and it's hard to argue that that wouldn't be the same thing.
Yeah, but humans have these amazing effectors. People always say like humans are the animals that can think. More and more with AI making progress, we might be admiring how good our hardware is and being very aware that we are far superior to any artificial system when it comes to the skills that the fine tuning of our hands.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. All right, I think I've covered pretty much everything that I really wanted to ask. Do you think there's something important that I've forgotten to mention?
No, I think this was great fun. I mean, like there's a lot of speculation in what we talked about, but that's the nature if you start asking the big questions.
Yeah. I guess the big question, sort of besides just the basic modeling that still remains, is how best to tackle the curse of dimensionality, just this explosion that you end up with. Because I mean, we talked about how to try to make sure your model is correct. And we sort of brought up dimensionality reduction within there. But even then, it still seems like a very large problem.
Yes, but the simulation guys have, of course, one big advantage. Like computational neuroscientists want to understand how the brain works. Understand to me means that you could write a book where it says how the brain works, or even a few books, but that it must be compact and human understandable. I think if you want to simulate only, you can, in principle, deal with far more complexity. And with Lillicrap, I recently wrote a paper that is exactly about this, that it could be that the complexity of the brain cannot be described. And in that sense, like simulation might be possible even when explanation becomes impossible.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I know we talked about that one before. Yeah,
there's only a small number of ideas in this little head of mine.
Yeah, sort of. I guess as my very, very last question. Since we've already talked about simulation now, and we've talked about dimensionality reduction and all these things, instead of going in the direction where, say, we might assume that we need all sorts of extra information about a single neuron and its dendrites and how proximal and distal the synapses are and whatnot, zooming out in the opposite direction, what if we just said, okay, within the visual system V1, let's just not work with spiking neurons at all. Let's just use some kind of a deep learning net to represent that. Do you think that could still give the same cognitive experience of vision if you did that?
So our visual system allows us, of course, to do much more than we ask deep learning systems to do. Like a deep learning system can say, oh, here's a cat. But your visual system could say, can answer, what happens if I pull its tail? And so if you want the human representation of the world allows you to do things with it that current deep learning systems don't. But could it be possible that we could replace parts of a brain with parts that have been trained to enable the functionality that the brain actually needs? Yeah, that might be possible. But where I think our point of disagreement is you might believe that that point comes relatively soonish, whereas I might believe that this might take thousands of years, maybe millennia of years. And you might believe it happens in a relatively short period of time.
Oh, you mean to be able to emulate the brain? Is that what you mean? Is the time?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I'm not.
Replace your visual system with an artificial visual system that gives you the same capabilities.
Oh right, okay. Well, yeah, I think I'm more willing to put a number on that. I would say that we, unless we bump into something really unforeseen, I'd be surprised if that took more than 200 years to put together for a system that can give us the equivalent of vision.
Yeah, well, let's hope they develop, they cure aging very quickly so that you can pay me dinner for failing in 200 years' time.
That sounds like a good deal. Okay. Well then,
Randall, as always, it's great fun talking with you.
Yes, it is always fun. Thank you so much for joining us again.
Okay, great. See you.
Bye-bye. Okay, I think we've got this. And I believe that Thomas had to go do something else. Oh, there you are.
Thank you to Professor Conrad Cording for that interview. Next up, we have an interview with Dr. Christoph Koch, conducted by Lennon Feiger and Dr. Randall Kuna.
Dr. Christoph Koch is the chief scientist of the Mindscope program at the Allen Institute for Brain Science. The institute as a whole has taken on what is today probably the most systematic, intensive, and integrative approach to exploring, mapping, and understanding the architecture and workings of the brain. Dr. Koch combines expertise in neuroscience, cognitive science, and artificial intelligence. He is also a prolific author willing to take on some of the most vexing questions about the connection between brain function and our mental experience, as in his recent books, The Feeling of Life Itself, Why Consciousness is Widespread but Can't Be Computed, and Consciousness, Confessions of a Romantic Reductionist. Simultaneously, Dr. Koch approaches all of these problems from fundamental principles as collected in works such as the books Biophysics of Computation and Methods in Neural Modeling. In the following interview, conducted by Dr. Randall Kuna, Dr. Koch presents critical considerations when attempting to reconstruct the richness of cognitive brain function from extensive brain data combined at multiple levels and modalities of brain architecture and physiology.
If I remember correctly, the last time that we talked about consciousness, and this was also in the context of your book at the time. Since then, we've had a few other workshops, the last one of which was about the problem of scale separability, as in, is there even a place where you could say that the brain makes the way that it operates on a cognitive level separable in a sense where you could, say, replace everything that's underneath in some manner or another. And I don't necessarily want to rehash all that. I'm just pointing out that was the previous topic here. And this time, what I'm trying to focus on is the problem really of building a good model from the data that we collect, or that people in the neurosciences, especially at the Allen Institute and places like Genelia, collect. And of course, that could be a variety of data, right? It can be electron microscope data. It could be EPHIS recordings, either done optically with 2-photon or maybe with electrodes, or it could be anything else, right? We can record information about which proteins we happen to find somewhere. But there is this, there's this question, first of all, of how you go from that data to a model that is a good representation. And there's the question of how do you deal with the size of the data, the amount of data. So can you do something like data reduction? There's problems of missing data. There are many different things we could talk about. And because it's such a giant topic, what I did yesterday is that we decided to just set aside for the beginning this whole idea of doing the human brain or anything of that size. And we just talked about Drosophila brains and retinas and even just single neurons, really. So I'd be happy to start there. But at the same time, I also know that the Allen Institute recently published some really amazing data that was much larger than that, namely the cubic millimeter data from the electron microscope study. That was a very awesome paper for me to read. Oh yeah, and I should just mention briefly that I'm actually about to start working for Voxa with Chris Owen. So, cool. In that sense, there's a connection.
Oh, yes.
So where do you think would be a good place to start, based on your
Well,
experience?
it depends what you are interested in. If ultimately you're interested in whole brain emulation or simulation, then the cubic millimeter voxel of brain matter is a good place to start, because ultimately we don't care so much about the retina. We care about cortex because that's, at least in mammalians, that's where intelligence and high-level perception and memory and consciousness happens. We know this experimentally from the clinic. Without a cortex, you're not conscious, you're not really functional, certainly not a human. So I think it's a good place to start. And it's happening, right? As you pointed out, we've here at the Allen Institute, we collected 2 of these cubic millimeter volumes. They're not fully annotated yet. They are being, Sebastian Zhang and his people are in the process of annotating that. But one of our ambitions is to model that tissue. And so then the question is, just like with any other emulation, right? Emulation works best, let's say, when you're trying to emulate, an old Nintendo Super Mario Brother game. It really works best if you know the detail of the microprocessor and the firmware. Same thing, you need to know the details of the hardware you're trying to implement. In this case, membranes, so you need to have cable theory and electromagnetic. You need to solve Maxwell's equations essentially or the approximations in tissue, and that's what you're then trying to simulate, or you're trying to approximate that using the approximations of cable theories, and so we are trying to do that. And the great challenge there, there's a number of challenges there. One is just pure the computational challenge. There's a lot of data. And you want to solve, the electrical field, let's say, in these thousands of compartments or billions of compartments. That's just computationally very demanding. But the bigger problem is the degrees of freedom, right? How are you going to get the vast, we're talking about trillions of degrees of freedom here. How do you constrain that? That is, in any of these models, for any species, that's going to be the biggest problem. And we'll never be in a position where we have enough data to be able to fully solve that, because we need to know synaptic, Bouton densities for each of those synapses. We need to know the channel distribution of calcium and potassium and sodium and all the other channels. I mean, clearly, no technology right now that's on the horizon is going to be able to get that sort of data at an exhaustive enough level. And so we have to use assumptions. And what are the assumptions there? And of course, every assumption you make will constrain your model in some way that may or may not be appropriate for what you're trying to simulate. And we all do that. We all make various assumptions. Or I think in the long term, what we need to develop learning algorithms, hopefully biological realistic learning algorithms, so the model self-tunes itself. Right, so you have, let's say, this volume of 80,000 neurons, biophysical detailed neurons in a cubic millimeter. You provide some of the data through the EM and through other knowledge. This piece of tissue, because you've done the functional imaging at the same time, responds to, let's say, visual stimuli, movies, gratings, images in the following way. So let's try to replicate that. And let's put a learning algorithm onto it so the system self-tunes. If you show enough data, that presupposes you have enough data so that this problem can be solved computationally. I think that has to be something like that. There's no way you can hand-tune each parameter.
Yeah. And when we think about something that self-tunes, the kind of thing that it's tuning to, you mentioned having done functional recording on the same tissue. I can imagine that that's not always possible, because that's something that you can do very easily with small animals, but perhaps not as easily with, say, a human brain. At least not to the degree where you have a very high resolution. So at a low resolution, you would have functional data that you could use to constrain from the top down in a top-down way. But in addition, perhaps it's possible to use maybe not the specific functional data for this brain, but the more generic sort of functional data that you would find in a typical brain or in the typical of these cells or channels and so forth and so forth. So I could imagine that you could use just overall understanding, a kind of a library that would give you the cells and then the probability distributions of what the parameters might be and what they would have to fall within. And the more you have sort of a hierarchy of top-down constraints, then you can keep on tuning at one level and testing with the constraint from the level above that and so forth in a sort of hierarchical fashion. That's what I imagine. Is that a good way to imagine that, or am I missing something?
I think for any realistic scenario, it has to be that way. So you're going to get an average mouse, right? Or an average human in the far future. Now, where's the average? If we take, if we take the three of us or the four of us, and so let's say each one of us has a different visual cortex depending on the exact layout and the visual experience. Does it make sense to talk about an average visual cortex? Sure, it does. That's what every publication on every scientific publication tries to, says, well, on average, this is the response. So that's the only way we can proceed, which is quite different. So then what you're going to get, you will get ultimately a simulation that in the fullness of time mimics some of the statistical property of your average neurotypical brain of a mouse or a monkey or a human. That's very different from your brain or my brain.
I guess that would depend on where you're making these assumptions based on the average as opposed to what you're measuring in the specific sample, right? Because you could look at averages where you say, okay, brains are supposed to be able to produce rhythms at certain frequencies when they're in a certain mode in this region and in that region, and the phase locking should be such, etc. And you can say something about the typical say duration of the after hyperpolarization of a certain neurotransmitter channel. But at the same time, what you can't do is you can't go and make an average of the connectome, in the sense where you're trying to determine how strongly different ensembles of neurons are connected with one another, because that is the place where you would want to find the memory, right? The characteristic changes and differences and unique aspects.
Yeah, but the data you have is averaged. You say, for example, on average, the density, the synaptic connectivity between thick layer-tufted, layer-5, thick-tufted pyramidal cell is 0.3 in whatever units. Okay, that's the average. But then there's a large distribution around it. So that's what I mean. Then you need to have a method that tunes itself up, because now you want this visual cortex to be able to respond to input. So you got it. So you show it, an hour's worth of videos, and you have some hours worth of recording of cells in that visual cortex, and so you want to replicate that on average. So you're going to get an average visual cortex. Yes, that's not a specific memory. If you will want to get specific memories, there are two ways of doing it. Either you show that you expose this model to specific events that it can then remember, or somehow you have some magic technology that copies your brain into that simulation brain. That's what everybody wants, but we have no idea how to do that in practice, particularly in a non-destructive way.
Yeah. To be very concrete, though, because you mentioned two different methods, and of course the one is, in fact, is this functional approach, right, where you can train a system to do an input-output transformation in a certain way. And that could be because you're training it to see cars, or it could be like in, say, Theodore Berger's version of the hippocampal prosthesis, this attempt to reconstruct the transmission from CA3 to CA1. That's an example of taking a black box approach where you have a lot of input and output recording, and you're trying to train the system to do the same thing, to give you the kind of responses that you usually have been measuring in that system. And the alternative is the one.
I wouldn't, by the way, I would
got,
not call it black box, because you're trying to open the blocks and say, okay, I know
sure.
inside that
yeah.
black box are pyramidal cells and spiny stellate
Yeah,
cells
yeah.
and all of that.
Yes. You're right. It's definitely not a black box. If it were a black box, it would be much more difficult and less likely to end up right, as well as be way harder to do, much less feasible. I think the gray box, if we might call it that, approach of knowing what the typical connectivity between CA3 and CA1 is, and knowing something about the kinds of kernels to use for the neurons there, that makes sense. Now, the other way, where you're doing the cubic millimeter reconstruction in 3D carefully, and you can see the boutons and you can see even the vesicles with neurotransmitter in them to some degree and count them. You know, when you think about some of the other experiments out there, there's an idea that if you can count those, then you can estimate the densities, and you can come up with some idea of how strongly is this neuron connected with the other neuron, so that you're not just imposing some idea of what the generic blueprint of this visual system would be doing, but specifically how is this visual system wired up?
Yes, that presupposes that you don't need to know. We know a synaptic complex consists of probably 1,000 different proteins, right?
Yeah.
We simply don't know. Do we need to know the distribution of those 1,000 proteins, or is it just good enough to see, okay, here the synaptic thickness is 0.25 nanometers. Is that all we need to know? We don't know. If it's the former, if you need to know the distribution of all those different, synaptic associated proteins, then sort of we're screwed. I mean, then it gets even more and more difficult. So that's a challenge that you alluded to in your earlier workshop. We do not know what is the relevant level of granularity. We all have intuitions. And it depends on the techniques you're working on. If you work on fMRI, the intuition is it's probably good enough to do cubic millimeters, columns. And if you work on single neurons, you think it's single neurons. And if you work on on synapses, you believe the relevant level of granularity is synapses. The honest answer is we simply don't know, and it may not be the same for different things. If you get a psychotic attack, the level of resolution might be much lower because it's sort of a generic property of circuits compared to when I just had my brilliant stroke of insight that leads me to this Nobel Prize winning breakthrough, right? Which may be a very, very, very rare subset of in this very large space. So, and might depend on the exact configuration of specific neurotransmitter molecules. So there's unlikely to be a single answer that says, well, across the brain, we know you don't have to look at synapses. Never, because that's not relevant enough.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Yeah, and it's my experience that indeed, as you say, it's whichever level a scientist happens to be working at.
That's the relevant
that
level,
they feel
yes.
comfortable saying is relevant. Yeah. And yes, and so I understand that, it may go further than just electron microscopy and counting vesicles or something like that. You may have to detect proteins as well, and so forth. That's something we just don't know yet. But is there an attempt currently at Allen to go beyond the three-dimensional reconstruction and to try to get to a functional model of even a tiny piece, say a few neurons connected or something of that nature?
Yeah, so early on this year, we published a paper in Neuron where we try to model. So we are spending, and we have spent over the last 10 years, many hundreds of millions of dollars, and the work of, probably 200 plus people, just focusing on mouse visual cortex, with all of its limitations. And so, it starts EM, we have EM, highly detailed this cubic millimeter EM data. We have characterized in great detail in a series of Nature papers, the transcriptional cell types, the electrophysiological cell types, the morphological cell types. We just have a paper coming out in Nature where we record from 100,000 units using these neural pixel silicon arrays to record responses in visual cortex and higher order visual cortices. So we know a lot about this. And so we try to put everything together in a model to replicate some of the observed functional responses that the mouse has in response to, seeing natural movies and gratings, etc. In roughly a cubic millimeter of cortex that has, I think, 80,000 cells in its core, biophysical details surrounded by another 250,000 neurons. And we made 2 levels of granularity of this model. They all have the exact same coordinates, the same number of neurons, same connectivity, but one is a point model and the other one is a very detailed biophysical model. And then, we have these models out there. It's open source. Anyone can download it, which we think currently is probably the best model anyone has of a little piece of cortex. And now we're trying to go higher. We're trying to model the local field, the electrical activity that you pick up with an electrode or with an EEG electrode. And we're trying to get, the EM data in there to build it up into more and more complicated structures. So it can be done. And similar to weather predictions or to prediction of molecular dynamics, you can ask, how good are we getting? This is a physical system like the weather or like a single protein. We think we understand something of the laws governing it. And how good are we? And so we're trying to come up with some sort of metric that we and other people can use. So any model can be compared against this metric, right? So if you look at what happened over the last 20 years in machine vision, if you look at what happened over the last 20 years in protein, the protein problem, how do one-dimensional strings of of amino acids assemble into 3-dimensional proteins? Those things had massive progress because there was a database and a metric you could use to compare against, right? Because then when there's a score, then people will try to maximize the score, and you can see, am I better than my predecessor? And so we're trying to get to something like that for in brain simulation space. The space, though, is just vastly bigger, right? Whether you want to know, is it going to rain tomorrow, or you want to know where does the tornado make its landfall, right? The protein folding problem, again, it's a very specific, you don't even care so much about the dynamics, you care about the static, right? You want to care about the final, 3-dimensional position of all these atoms. Neural simulation is so much bigger. What are you going to simulate? The response in a behavior, and then which behavior? The response to this image or that image of all possible images and all possible behavior. It's just vast. So that's some of the challenges.
Yeah, indeed. And how far has that gotten so far in terms of coming up with a metric? Is there a metric that you could give as an example for a specific goal, say something that you're trying to improve on?
Can we distinguish? So we have shown our mice, we show our mice images, natural scenes and movies, and then gratings and Gabor patches, all the sort of the usual stimuli that physiologists show. And what we want to know, and we have some training data set and some holdout data set. How good are we getting? Will my model behave similar to the average mouse recording, so that statistically I can distinguish it, right? Because if I record from 10 mice in visual cortex under similar conditions as we can make them, you're going to get 10 different responses, right? There's lots of variability. Even though they're all transgenic animals, they're all very similar. They're not the same, right? They're not physical copies of each other. So there's a lot of variability. And so what we are right now, it's a very simple goal to have the variability of the model fall within the experimentally observed variability. And we can get to there. We can definitely get to there. So that's progress.
Yeah, indeed. And what are the dimensions that I should be imagining for this this comparison? So when you say you're comparing this with recordings in mice, in the model, how many cells are we talking about, or
we're trying to match?
In what way?
So I mean, the challenge is here we have a piece of physical matter. It's like Here, well, you can't see it. It's like a piece of quinoa. You know, it's roughly really 1 by 1 millimeter. It's actually a little bit larger, right? And so we count how many cells are in there, and then we're trying to, you know, replicate all of those cells. So it's roughly 100,000 cells. With their dendrites, now we don't have 80 cell types, we have 12 cell types. You know, we know very little what goes on in the dendrites. So you have to make some assumption about active propagation, passive propagation, channel densities. You know, you have to make lots and lots and lots and lots of assumptions. You have no idea about the synapses. You know something about the synaptic wave, but you don't know about, you know, pair pulse facilitation and depression, all of that. So you got to make assumptions there. So you have to make lots and lots and lots of assumptions. And then we test it against firing rates. So we can see the neuron spike, you know, that generate this action potential. And then we want to say, well, let's replicate the statistics of that. So again, it's all very simple. I mean, it's very sophisticated in one sense, but it's very simple compared to the vast complexity of what we're trying to understand. And ultimately, of course, you want to extend that to the entire visual cortex, then to the entire cortex, and ultimately to the entire animal, you know, 70 million neurons. And once again, the problem isn't so much anymore pure computational power. That used to be the big problem. But certainly for these sort of things, you know, we've now done simulation of the entire cortex, and, you know, you can do like half a second in 6 hours. Okay? But the problem is the parameters, you know, and how do I fit those parameters? And there'll never be enough parameters. So therefore, we have to have training procedures. We have to have training procedures. Yeah. By we collectively, the field, even for a simple creature like C. elegans, we can't hand tune every of its parameters. It's just not possible.
No, that's true. Yeah, there's so much automation that's required in these models, but also in reconstructing electron microscope images, just being able to put the stack back together and tracing, etc. So there's an awful lot of things that used to be done manually that really all have to be done automatically. And then every time you do this automatically, of course, you have to make sure that you're not just, you know, you're not getting results that look beautiful but that are wrong, that you're overfitting in some way because you have so many parameters to play with.
And that's very difficult to know. And of course, you want to fool yourself because you want to believe that my model is badass, right? Nobody wants to be told, oh, you made this implicit assumption.
There's something, so I know this is maybe really just sort of tangential, but, you know, thinking about these big models and being able to tune them and then being able to say things that are scientifically interesting and useful, I can't help but mentally wondering how this compares with the critique, for instance, that the Human Brain Project has received, that was built on the Blue Brain Project and Andrew Markram's way of going about building a gigantic model. How would you compare these two different approaches, and how would contrast them maybe and say this is why this approach is entirely different and not subject to the same critique as the one that Henry received?
Did you see the movie In Silico?
I wish I did. I have not yet, no.
Okay. Well, okay, so in principle, of course, it's computer simulation, right? So it's, but the difference is, what do you promise and what you deliver, okay? We're not talking about human, we're talking about trying to understand something about the mouse visual cortex, which is vastly smaller by any measure than a human brain. And we have, unlike Henry believed that you can just do a lot of assembly from the literature and put it all in a model and reconstruct it, and you don't have to really compare it, or there wasn't really a systematic attempt to compare it against in vivo recordings. You know, we operate very differently. We have massive in vivo recordings, both two-photon imaging as well as electrophysiology as well as patching, from now, you know, thousands and thousands of cells, and we have EM data. So we have all these different modalities. So in principle, this is a problem that can be solved in the fullness of time. Henry had these completely unrealistic expectations. In 10 years I can do the human, and never mind all the data. Soon we don't need labs anymore because we can all simulate it.
I always thought that those were mostly just sales pitches to try to get the European Union to pay for the project.
That is his argument, but of course he kept on insisting that he could do it. He kept on publicly in all of his presentations saying, look, I work with Henry, I published with him. He's a fantastic scientist, I really like him, but he operates in these two modes. In one mode, he's a very careful, thoughtful scientist. In the other mode, maybe partly because he had to get this money, he vastly overpromises. Anyhow.
Yeah, so it sounds like one of the major and perhaps the most important difference is just the data that you've invested in, because you have data where you can literally say this is all from the same specimen, this is all from the same brain. So what we see here must make sense in a way. It has to all belong together. And then you've collected functional data from the same tissue. So again, you can make that direct correspondence there. That matters, certainly, better than just putting a whole collection of data from different publications together, I think.
What we're now trying to do, in addition to do this molecular MFISH technology, because we now know in every cortical area there are roughly 100 different types of neurons. And we think ultimately, in order to explain anything in the brain or in the nervous system, we have to understand what type of cell it is, certainly in the adult. And so with these molecular MFISH technology, MERFISH and other technologies, we can do the functional imaging and then also do the identification of these different cell types. That's now becoming possible to better help us understand the brain under normal operating condition and under its various pathologies.
Yeah. When we first started talking about how to do this sort of reverse engineering, you brought up the comparison with, say, reverse engineering a chip, where you can look at the chip and you can see what is connected to what, and you also know a lot about transistors, and you know that it's working with a binary code and that it has certain voltage levels for this and for that, and maybe it has parity bits over here and other things that this chip uses to make itself very reliable and to make itself also deterministic, rather than like a stochastic sort of chaotic system with a whole bunch of analog things in there, since transistors are of course actually analog devices. The hope that one has, of course, as you pointed out, it's not clear, we don't know this yet, but the hope that one might have is that the brain also does a lot of things to make itself reliable, so that, say, one brain region can talk to the other brain region and they can reliably comprehend one another. And so that, I always see a tiger as a tiger and I don't sometimes see it as my grandmother.
Yes.
Do you personally have some suspicion or some idea of where you think the brain is most making sure that it makes itself a little bit more deterministic, so that you can impose some rules and say, okay, we're working with maybe an ensemble of neurons here, and as long as that attractor comes together, it's going to be fine. Or this channel uses a bursting code, so the individual spike time won't matter, or something of that nature wherever that's possible. Do you have some suspicions there?
Yeah, it's got to be, the one thing that I was struck 30 years ago when I first, or 40 years ago, came into this field, and I'm still struck today. If you look at individual neurons in animals, or even humans, when we record from the human brain, single neurons, they're sort of their huge variability. And I look at you, everything is stable. I look out at the world, I look at my screen, I look at nothing moves about. It's all very, there's a sun, there's a lamp, but it's all very steady. But the neurons, they fluctuate all over the place. So it's got to be, the secret has to be ensemble of neurons. How big? We don't know. Could it be as small as 100? Maybe under some condition it is, while under other condition it may be 100,000 cells. but we can be very reliable, right? We can make an appointment on Zoom 2 weeks ahead of time, and we know we're going to be there. So it has to be, we know it's reliable. At the level of individual neurons, it's not quite clear how that variability comes into play. Thus the suspicion, it can't just be individual neurons, it's got to be, larger collection of neurons that are relevant. But again, the resolution might change. For certain things, it might be very large ensembles with an entractor space. For other cases, when I have to make very quick decisions, we know we can respond in 130 milliseconds, right? There just maybe the spike wave moving through the system, that's all that you need.
Yeah, and apparently we're also able to detect individual photons. So
yes, if we're dark adapted.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Sorry, Lennon, I cut you off there. You were about to ask a question.
Do you think it is likely the case that the example you gave earlier with the Nobel Prize-winning idea that certain higher order, more abstract thought corresponds to more or less neuron configuration firings? Or do you think that general thought has, I don't know, similar neural properties regardless of its level of abstraction or complexity?
Okay, so my gut suspicion is it's going to be similar, but we simply don't know because it's very difficult to explore in at the single neuron level, the correlates of thoughts. My point was more that some thoughts may not be, for me to get up and go to the kitchen, I think there are many ways, there's a high degree of degeneracy. For me to have a specific idea that no one ever had before about some scientific theory or some work of art or something, that's probably highly, highly, highly specific. That's what I meant. It has to do with degeneracy, with the amount of degeneracy. Much of our behavior is degenerate. We know you can lose half your brain. Look, you can be drunk. So if you have two glasses of red wine, your entire brain chemistry changes. Yet to first order, you still behave pretty normally, right? You still talk, you can still, walk, etc. around. So it has to be. On the other hand, you might not be capable of having a truly brilliant insight with 2 glasses of red wine in you. So we know the brain has to be, certain things are much more robust than certain other things.
Yeah, it sounds like the big problem we have right now is that even though we have all these great suspicions, we can't really pin them down. We can't really say this region, this place, this function uses this code, and that area, that neuron is involved in this kind of a neural code. Yeah.
No, well, I mean, we're getting better. I agree. What we really need, in the human, we're getting much better observing. What we aren't very good yet at the human compared to animal models is perturbing, right? Ultimately, we need causal models. Observing things isn't good enough. In particular, as we now know, so there's this new technology I mentioned, neural pixel, right? So what that shows us, that in an animal like a mouse, and it's going to be exactly the same in us, any state like thirst, and remember, you got to in order to train a mouse to do any task, you got to deprive it somewhat of water, so it's motivated. The entire brain is affected. Or if you want to do visual decoding, you cannot only decode from visual cortex for visual images, you can also decode from the auditory cortex. Memories, decisions, turns out you can decode them from 2/3 of the brain of the animal. So this belief that there's one particular part of the brain that only does motor cortex, and another part of the brain that only does vision, and a third one that's specific for some, higher order thought, that's probably wrong. Partly because the brain is so heavily interconnected, and you can decode many things from many parts of the brain. What you really want to know is now causation. If I remove bits and pieces of the brain, or neurons, or subset of neurons, right, using pulses of light, optogenetics, how will that affect any one specific behavior? And that ability is still very much in the infancy in non-human primates, let alone in humans.
Yeah,
it's all work in progress.
That you can find correlates for anything that you're trying to measure in an experiment in almost any type of part of the brain, I mean, it's partly surprising if you really were very much dedicated to this notion of this region does that and da 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 da, and the other regions will do nothing. But it's also not very surprising, I guess, to most of us, I think, when we think about how many parts of the brain are involved in everything that we do. I think
but it is
the way. Sorry, yeah. The way I was that it comes across to me is more like, okay, we're talking about neural circuits. Neural circuits will carry out some kind of processing of whatever they see. You know, they exist in their little universe. They don't know that they're part of this function or this region. They just see, the only thing they see is whatever input they're getting, and then they sometimes produce some output. So it's like a circuit like that is a little bit like having, you know, a function in your program, and I know it's terrible to use computer analogies, but a function in your program that can process a string or something like that, right? And then it's not as if this part of the program is the part that deals with the credits in your computer game or something. It's the part that deals with doing a certain string function, right? And the same way, you've got your neural circuits that are doing things, but it doesn't mean they're only doing them when you're looking at something. It could also be doing it when you're remembering a visual memory or something like that, right? It's
but look, the name visual cortex seems to imply that visual cortex is for vision. And motor cortex seems to imply that motor cortex is for doing, you know, large-scale motor movements.
Labels, they get so old. It's like, why does CA3 lead into CA1? Why didn't they label them 1 and 3 the other way around, right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. This, yeah, that's something I guess I've long stopped worrying about, but it certainly must be confusing. Yeah, Lennon, did you have any further questions because I've been dominating this conversation by asking all the questions, and Lennon, I know you had some.
Well, you have to endow it. You have to endow your static model with dynamics, right? So you have to have an update equation, an evolution equation, right? So if you think the relevant time scale is, you know, rapid, tens or hundreds of milliseconds, then essentially you're only talking about electrical activity, and then you know you have to update your membrane potential, right? So you use cable equation, Maxwell's equation, you know, under certain with certain simplification, so you can disregard the magnetic field. If you believe you also need to keep track of the plasticity, then you need to model diffusion of particles, and you need to model phosphorylation and autophosphorylation and changes in your protein, right? So, and that then can quickly get very large. So that's a challenge, moving from static to dynamics. It's interesting. We'll see now how the field of molecular dynamics is going to evolve, given you know, the arrival of deep machine learning in protein folding, right? AlphaFold 2, because AlphaFold 2 is all static, right? It's not an attempt to speed up Schrödinger's equation, or so, you know, or under some quasi-stationary assumption, right? It's static. Given, you know, you show this network a gazillion of protein sequences, and then it has learned specific things about the three-dimensional arrangements. So how is that going to impact the field of molecular dynamics? That, of course, does have update equations, you know, to predict the folding in aqueous, in, let's say, solution, or when one protein interacts with another protein, right? And you want to mimic those folding times there.
Yeah, in going from static to dynamic, and I know we've touched upon this, but I guess it's worth going back to one more time. If we assume for a moment that what we have is the data from the ultrastructure, And let's say that for some reason you did not also collect a whole bunch of functional data from the same sample. When I think of modeling, then using Maxwell equations and so forth, I think of making a lot of assumptions by estimating, say, from the diameter of a dendrite that you see, what perhaps the capacitance is supposed to be, and then you know, all that sort of thing. But normally when you build a model, what you do is you try to go through a number of iterations. You're training, you have training goals, you try to tune it and get it to be better. And you mentioned tuning, that's very important. And I'm trying to imagine in my head, what does tuning look like when you're coming from these static data that you've observed in the ultrastructure? If you don't also have the functional data for it, what does training even mean in that case? How do you tune a model then? Or is that simply not doable? Do you need to have the functional data too?
No, I mean, you can try doing it. You know, you can say, okay, first I want to avoid epileptic seizure and I want to avoid brain death, right? So I want my neurons to fire, but not epileptically and not that they all go to zero. So, and this is what I used to do 10 years ago when we had less power and less knowledge, right? So you say, well, this sort of looks, you know, you say, well, this looks sort of realistic, right? I mean, that's what most people do traditionally, right? They have some intuition about sort of the typical neural state and they get their model to perform roughly like that. And then they publish. That's not going to be good enough anymore. That's why we need metrics. So we're trying to develop something called mouse bench, you know, benchmark for the mouse bench, where we agree, and they're going to take they will have different modalities. There will be, you know, one for function. There will be another one for structure, you know, trying to replicate that your model has to replicate the known structure or certain aspects of the known structure of the brain. Your model has to separately also replicate certain dynamics. And then lastly, also it has to replicate, that's probably the most challenging, behavior or computation. We know, you know, mice can see. We know mice can navigate. We know mice can remember. So does your model replicate that? And ultimately, you want a confluence of all three, right? When you replicate the structure, the function, and the dynamics, then you can say, yeah, this looks like a pretty good model in these different modalities. How far away are we from that? Quite far, I think, even for simple features.
In the benchmark, in the say the behavioral benchmark, an example I imagine is this thing with, say, diagonal bars and seeing them or something like that, and that sort of thing, right? And in the functional benchmark, should I imagine that there you want to see things like gamma rhythms and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sleep-wake cycles.
Right, so,
we know the thing goes to sleep, right?
Yeah. I see. Okay, so then these are...
Sorry, Lennon, repeat that? Well, no, I mean, the metric should be independent of the model. You can do machine learning on it. I don't care, right? It's just a metric. The model we pursue are either very detailed biophysics or more abstract point models. But you can have neuromorphic models made out of silicon. The metric itself should be invariant to that. Biophysics and point models. The brain is a physical system, or you got to model it ultimately as a physical system, because it evolved as a physical system. This can all be done. It will be done. It's just going to take us a long time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think sometimes, I mean, we didn't really at the outset of the conversation specify exactly who we're talking to in terms of the audience and what they can or cannot know in advance. So for instance, when we say what type of models are being created, then, when I interpret Lennon's question, people might be wondering, is all of this being done in software? Is some of this being done using, say, neuromorphic chips? Now, I'm assuming it's all software, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. Yes, it's all software. When I was at Caltech, I used to work with Carver Mead, and we built these analog neuromorphic VLSI models. The trouble with neuromorphic hardware is you're constantly fighting the hardware, and any iteration is a half a year or a year, right? It's just so much more difficult to change anything in neuromorphic hardware. Right, with software, all it takes, you just go in there and you reprogram it. So it's just vastly, vastly easier. So the number of people doing neuromorphic model is very, very small.
Yeah. Yeah, and then of course you have some people now who are working on those organoids, which is this nice new name for putting a culture on a multi-electrode array and designing it to be somewhat like some portion that you think the brain is built like, or something like that.
Human-induced pluripotent stem cells. And the challenge now is, and people are moving in that direction, to provide these little organoids with input through cameras that then couple through microelectrode arrays, and possible with outputs, with some sensors coupled to an effector like wheels or an arm or something, to begin to provide these very simple neural networks that have some similarity with early cortical development, in the first or maybe second trimester, to provide them input and output. Yeah, that's another cool model. Again, we're very far away. Those neurons, I mean, no one would confuse them with real neurons for the most part, although the field is changing very rapidly. Now there was a paper a year ago, right, where they actually have local fields that begin to resemble preterm infant EEG with this spike discharge waveforms and burst spike suppression. So that field is also moving rapidly.
Yeah, it's certainly gone quite a bit from back in 2004, which I think is the last time I was working on cultures like that with Jaap van Pelt and Arjen van Ooyen in
I mean, it's changed like day and night. I mean, there was a Nobel Prize, it's. I mean, you can now get almost a complete retina, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty cool.
That was unthinkable. Yeah.
It's pretty cool, but it's still very far away.
Yeah, this, I guess, since we're getting close to the hour, this is probably the point where we have to make our very, our insane predictions, where we say things like, yes, we can build the brain in 10 years or something like that. But maybe we don't want to go there at the moment. Yeah.
No, I wish.
Just not to do that.
No, it's going to take a long time. It's very difficult to predict. Certainly not, I'm now 1 million years old. I just turned 1 million years in binary code. And this is not going to happen on my watch. This is not going to happen in my lifetime.
Yeah. Many of us are not going to see this. That's for sure.
Sadly,
yesterday, I think when I was talking with Conrad yesterday, I think he made a bet with me where he said he'll buy me dinner if it happens in less than 2,000 years. So that was his.
Well, okay, that's being very pessimistic. I think it's probably somewhere in between, but it's very difficult. Very difficult to predict, particularly the future. Look, who would have predicted? I grew up. Do you remember Club of Rome? Limits to Growth.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and who would have predicted that 6 months ago spot prices for oils briefly went negative? Remember in March you had to pay people to take oil.
Yes. Yeah. That was unthinkable, and had never been seen before or predicted.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. This was
Yes.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, so Christoph, what could someone who doesn't necessarily have a PhD or any sort of higher degree do to help your organization or help the sort of hierarchical tuning that Randall was talking about, or even just help understanding of the benchmarks that you were bringing up, just as a solo individual?
Well, I mean, the best way is to join, any research organization that does this as a summer intern, as an RA, as an undergrad, as a grad, as a programmer. It's tricky because it's so technical at this stage, right? That's That's what I recommend people get somehow involved in research, internship, for instance. Every one of these institutions wants interns to look at to solve the various problems. Get involved in playing these. What's the company that Sebastian Song has that labels? What are they called? You know, where you play this, where you do the video gaming and you label profiles, synaptic profiles. I forgot its name. Reynolds looking it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right now.
We have one like that too. We have a game for.
Is it iWire?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, where people have gamified some of these challenges.
Thank you to Dr. Christoph Koch for that great interview. Next up, we have an interview with Professor Dong Song, conducted by Dr. Randall Kuna.
Dong Song is Professor of Biomedical Engineering and Co-Director of the Center for Neural Engineering at the University of Southern California. He is a lead in the Hippocampal Prosthesis Project at USC, developing a neural prosthetic system that aids in long-term memory recollection by creating a mathematical model describing how the hippocampus processes information. Dong Song co-invented the multiple input, multiple output, nonlinear dynamical model of spike transformation for the Hippocampal Prosthesis Project. His additional research includes nonlinear dynamical modeling of nervous systems, neural interface technologies, and development of practical modeling strategies. In the following interview, conducted by Dr. Randall Kuna, Professor Song presents various modeling techniques for model success metrics, including the generative model, the discriminative model, and the input-output model.
Okay, excellent. All right, so you were, of course, aware of the previous workshop that was about scale separability. And in the version, the sort of the topics and the questions that I sent to our invited speakers, of course, they talk about doing the entire human brain and how would you get that done and what happens in these three cases where either you have all the data or you have a certain type of data. Now, in previous conversations, what we did is to make things more concrete is we decided not to talk about quite that large of a problem. So we kind of scaled it down and we talked instead about either the Drosophila brain or just the retina or sometimes even just a single neuron. And how you would do the modeling for that. Right. So I leave it up to you to decide which example cases you feel most comfortable talking about. Maybe it's the hippocampus. It would be wonderful if we can then just dive into this problem and maybe start with the case where you don't worry too much about data acquisition, even though I know this is a major project of yours right now because you're going to be building some fantastic probes. And we can talk about that certainly. But if we start just with the assumption that you don't have to worry, that you can collect all of the data about the underlying ultrastructure and all of the data of, all the functional data, electrophysiology, one way or another, 2-photon or whatever you want. If you have it all and it's all sitting on your desk, then if you wanted to create this prosthesis for a very specific piece of tissue, maybe it's a retina, what would you do? How would you start to make sure that that you capture what this piece of system is supposed to do? And if we talk about this in artificial intelligence terms, that it's not overtrained and not undertrained, and that you can handle this curse of dimensionality, where would you start?
Yeah, so actually that's a pretty difficult question, right? Although I have one version of answer, ready to talk to anybody, right? That's what I have been talking for a very long time, right? But recently, actually, I give a lot of extra thoughts on basically the input-output modeling approach we have been proposing, promoting, right? So it's actually not that simple. But now I want to talk about the simpler version to you first, which you are already pretty familiar with, right? So one approach I think is viable is basically treating system from an engineering perspective, right? You define the input-output signal, you define the functional property of systems, and you try to break down into smaller systems and try to replicate the functional property, right? I use functional property and the input-output function, exchangeably, right? Just it's the same word, right? So you try to replicate that and try to replicate all the important behaviors, like the nonlinearity, right? If it's linear, everything's simple, right? Nonlinearity, like dynamics. When I say dynamics, I mean history dependent, right? It's not like an instantaneous operation.
Yeah.
And also very, very importantly, it's a non-stationarity. Basically, the time varying property of the biological system. Because I believe, right, that's the biological basis for learning, right? Now, when you talk about learning, you basically learn from experience. Experience, if you look at single neuron, the single neuron, they don't see external world or they control external world directly, right? They only see their input spikes. They only send out their output spike, right? Now, for simplicity, I'm sure that's also gap junction. There are also other field effects. Let's ignore that for a moment, right? Yeah. So, as far as the single neuron is concerned, that's their experience. Their experience will be this micro-scale electrical activities, right? How the transformations happen, that actually, for other neurons, they don't care. They won't see it, and it doesn't matter, right? So one approach is try to replicate this transformation as accurately as possible, and consider all the characteristics of the signal transmission, just like the point process characteristics, right? Nonlinear dynamics, non-stationarity, the level of stochastic property, right? That sort of things. And if you can do that perfectly for every neuron, right? Or each building block, right? Perfectly, and you combine them together, that's actually a pretty good reason this thing would work, even you don't fully understand how it works, right?
Yeah.
So that would be my first order answer to this. So, but if we think more about it, right? So now that's like in the ideal case. If we don't worry about, I'm assuming we already get more than enough data. More than enough means for single neuron, we get data enough sufficiently to cover all its possible input pattern for that neuron, for every neuron, let's say, right? Any different unique combination of input patterns. That's probably not really possible. Just let's assume that's right. That's feasible. And if you have that, and if we have a mathematical model that can fully replicate that transformation, then I think it would work.
Right.
Yeah. So, but just in reality, it's now whether that ideal scenario could happen, right? That's actually a very non-trivial question, right? Like, what do you consider as a perfect replication? Right? That always involves some kind of measure, some kind of tolerance, some kind of based on correlation or some residual error, how much you can tolerate. Whether that how you define when you should be happy about the model performance, right? Those things are actually not as trivial as I originally thought, actually. But just let's assume we get any kind of data we can get, and we have a model to replicate any kind of behavior, then I think there's no reason to believe it won't work, right?
Yeah. Although, as you said, it's non-trivial anyway, because you're always talking about a system that contains stochasticity. So I actually regard you as probably one of the best people to talk about how to capture something like that and how to determine a metric that can say very well, this system satisfies my requirements. I have a goal. There's a certain context in which we want to use the system, and it satisfies my requirements, even though I know that, well, you deal with even worse than just the stochasticity. You deal with the fact that there are lots of unseen data.
Right.
That's a whole extra problem that we can get to later. But even if you did see everything, then let's say if you're building your model and you're selecting your parameters, it's not as if you're selecting, them from a deterministic set like that. It's more of a stochastic choice that you're doing, and you're trying to build a system that fits within the envelope of acceptable responses, the kind of behavior that you would like to see, where you can either define that in terms of the membrane potential that you want to follow, or you can define that in terms of, even further up, the behavior that the organism, the patient or whomever, is then giving you using the system.
Right.
But that's to me is one of the major questions. This is why I asked the question about what if you have all the data? Because even if you have all the data, you still need a metric to tell you when you've got it right.
Yeah. Most definitely. And I think, you mentioned I have this problem with a lot of unobserved, mechanism or neuron or any biological processes, right? But I think it's not just me, and almost everybody is facing this problem. Yeah. I don't think anybody can. There are very few examples they can observe. All the neurons in a certain system, right? Very few people in very few animal models, they can do that. For people who worry about higher cognitive function in higher species, I don't think anybody can do that. Observe every single neuron, right?
Right.
Yeah. So most people, even nowadays, the most standard procedure is still you collect a very small subset, right, of the whole population, and you rely on correlation or some causal inference, right? Mostly in the grounded causality, that sense, right? And it's still a kind of the correlation, just with direction, that's all, right? To make inferences, to understand, to try to correlate, right? That's what people call that. The neural correlate of a certain behavior. It's always this correlation, right? So this correlation is very important, right? That if you don't have enough knowledge about the system, that's definitely the first thing you want to do, right? But that in no way contains all the information about how the system works, right?
Yeah.
It gives you, in many ways, this kind of study in machine learning, it belongs to one category of model called discriminative model, right? So it's an input of the given X, what's the probability of Y, or given Y, what's the probability of X, right? So it's a very nice way for you to do classification or prediction, right? You can use this to judge whether your model will be correct or not, right? Because you can do this, you can compare this with biological system. But this is not the real generative model, right? When I say generative model, actually, I'm not in the sense of the traditional machine learning. I see this term in the sense of the real biological, detailed, full-scale model of a system. So,
could you say just a little bit more about that? Because I'm not quite sure that I understand what
you
mean
by a
generative
model. Machine learning, when people talk about the generative model, it basically means the joint probability, right?
Yeah.
If you know Px, Y, right? The joint probability of input and output, that's basically your generative model, right? So it can take any form, but in machine learning, typically it's either regression or, if it's more sophisticated, it can be even a deep neural network, right? But that structure almost has nothing to do with real biological system, right? Biological system, we talk about spiking neuron, action potential, right? Synaptic plasticity, connectivity, those sort of things, right? So this is actually very related to one of my pending proposal on using those two approaches, you know, in a synergistic manner, try to better study a system like the hippocampus.
Yeah.
Right. But in the end, if you want to fully understand it, you should be able to run a real simulation, right? With every single neuron representing, right? A single neuron model representing every single neuron. And it should behave just like the hippocampus in every sense, right? So, I mean, mainly in electrical signal sense, right? But in order to do that, you need to have data. You need to have, ideally, we really want to have that full record of the, right, data from all the single neurons, right? But at least for now, that's not possible, right? So when we are doing that, you want to use data, like a partial data, right, from either a very small subset of population, right, of all the neurons, or the neurons activity during a very specific paradigm, right? Ideally, you want to have data for any scenario, right? Anything possible, but that's probably not feasible, right? That's because of dimensionality in terms of, right? So the best way is those models, those correlation-based or causality-based model, they are actually not the model explain how the system works, but they are useful models for you to know whether you are doing the right thing, right? So now, if you have a real brain here, and here you have a real full record, right? Full-scale simulation of that brain, right? Let's say, now for simplicity, just say hippocampus. You have a whole hippocampus, and here you have a full-scale model of the hippocampus with every single neuron represented, right, by a single neuron model, right? So in the end, I think the real simulation should be in that form, the full-scale simulation, right? But how would you validate whether your full-scale model, your realistic biological model is correct or not, right? It's consistent with the real brain. Then you need to use discriminative model, right?
Yeah.
So meaning now that discriminative model can be built on any level, right? It can be on subregion level or single neuron level or even subcellular level. But in the end, what you see with the discriminative model from the full-scale model should be consistent with what you see, right? Using the discriminative model you see from the real hippocampus, right?
Right. Yeah.
So it's a very useful tool, but it doesn't have the kind of machinery to fully replicate the hippocampus.
Right. Yeah. In all of its generative forms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So there were two different directions that I wanted to go with this. One is that at some point I wanted to ask your opinion. We can do that right after, about the approach that tries to start with the ultrastructure, because there I have a really hard time imagining exactly what it means to make sure that you're capturing the meaningful behavior, to be able to say whether your system is well trained or not, whether it's representing what you want it to do. So that's really a kind of a conundrum to me in my mind. But the thing that we can perhaps zoom in on first, because we've already talked so much about it now, is how specifically you approach the problem of deciding that, let's say that we're working in the hippocampus, that the system, what would you call the satisfactory or adequate system behavior, and how do you set up a metric for that? And then at the lower level, I know, the metrics used to determine whether or not your hippocampal model is producing the right predicted membrane potential that you can then throw stochasticity on to get the spikes out, the spike trains. But this is not something that is commonly known to everyone. So it'd be good to just discuss even that kind of a metric for a moment. So those two kinds of metrics that you use, how do you go about deciding how to make those?
Right. So now you are already very familiar with this, right? What we did in the past, right? We try to, for example, replicate the C3 to C1, right? Transformation of signal in the hippocampus. So in the beginning, the matrix we use is the matrix on the signal accuracy, right? On how much of the output variance can be captured by the predicted output, right? Or how they are correlated, right? Using I think it's pretty sophisticated statistics, right? But the idea is very simple. You just want to make the output, predicted output, as similar, right, to the real output as possible. Right?
For your test data of spike trains, let's say.
Right. So this approach, I mean, obviously has its limitation, right? So if we can record every neuron, right, and if we can predict every spike just perfectly, right, without considering the stochastic property. And a stochastic property here, I mean, actually could have two meanings. One, the real intrinsic, right, stochastic behavior. It's a pure randomness. There's nothing you can do about it. Even you record every single neuron, right? You just cannot go any further, right? But on the other hand, a lot of stochastic behavior is actually caused by unobserved inputs, right? We are recording, less than 100 neurons out of 1 million neurons. So obviously there are a lot of things we don't know about the system, right? So now let's assume if we can solve that perfectly, right? If we can have the whole population and we can replicate every single spike, perfectly, then actually I believe using the prediction accuracy matrix is enough. I really don't see any other possibility could go wrong, right? You already include every neuron and you make the signal perfect, right? Yeah. So, but that's so far from truth, right? But in reality, what we have is that we record those 20, 30 neurons, predict those 20, 30 neurons, right? And with the high level of stochastic behavior, right? And it's such a small subset of all the neurons, right? Then when that's the case, this accuracy measure actually is not sufficient, right? Because you don't know how much of the error you can tolerate in order to achieve a certain certain function. Because the goal of the memory prosthesis, is not for replicating signal, it's for restoring function, right? So in order to do that, what we did in the past is using behavior, right? We try to from animal, not from a modeling. It's not a modeling approach. It's basically an experimental approach. Let's say, okay, we try our best to predict the signal as accurately as possible, right? And then just we hope, that signal would help, right? Would influence the memory, right? So that's one thing. But no, so it's really it's not answered by modeling or by theory. It's a highly empirical, right, approach, right? So actually, a few years ago, I did something further than that. I answered the question that in addition to the signal accuracy, what else can we, measure to make sure that it's even closer, right, to be successful in terms of restoring function. So that thing I added is that I added another layer of the decoding model, right? So try to see whether the predicted output can be decoded in the same way as you observed output, right? And it contains similar amount of whatever information you are interested in, right? Yeah, so when we deal with the animal, that's actually pretty easy to do because we train the rats only to remember two locations. It's very binary behavior. It's left or right, right? So in addition to, so after we use the model to predict what output is, and we do the KS, right, statistics to see, okay, the distribution of the predicted output is very similar, and even there's no statistically significant difference, right? But after that, we further use the one decoding model to decode both the predicted output and the actual output to see whether that predicted output contains enough more information for the decoder to know it's left or right. Right. So to me, that's one step closer to know, like, okay, my signal is not just similar to the output signal, but also contains that information, right?
But in a sense, then you're using a discriminating model as part of your metric, right?
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah. But as you can see, that's still, right, there are still a lot of other remaining questions. Because even in those 20, 30 neurons, you can get perfect decoding, right? Results, meaning that 20, 30 something neurons contains all the information for you to decoding, right? But whether stimulating that 20, 30 patterns is enough to, right, to insert that memory, right, to write in that memory, that's another issue.
Yeah,
you still need to go back to the animal to see whether that's the case.
Right? Yeah, that's another level then where you can then, I guess, by looking at the actual behavior of the animal and the stimulation you're giving, you can add on another model that's giving you, where you can weight which parts of these stimulations are more important or less important, or more useful, less useful for the behavior
right
trying to achieve. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So this is how it works in a small scale example where you only have a few neurons that you're stimulating, and you can only achieve behavior within a very specific context. In a bigger context, obviously this gets harder, and I'm sure that trying to extend this work to the place where it can be clinically useful, this is exactly where, for instance, the work on better probes that you're working on now is important, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
just to kind of fill in the holes. Yeah.
Yeah. And back to the prosthesis, actually, although I don't think like if you only have 8 or 16 channels, that's sufficient for building a prosthesis, right? That just can function like a hippocampus, right? But I do think that still can be useful, right? So my favorite example, hippocampus sometimes it's too hard to explain. My favorite example would be the retina prosthesis, right? So at USC, we also have another group of people working on retinal prosthesis for very long, for more than 2 decades already, led by Mark Humayun and Jim Valland, right? Those people. So when the first generation of the retinal prosthesis is only a 4x4 grid of electrodes, right? Yeah. And it's extremely crude. It's just, you literally take your visual input and convert it, reduce it into a 4x4, pixel image. And when it lights up, you just stimulate in that electrode. If it doesn't light up, you just don't stimulate. It doesn't consider any dynamics, doesn't consider any spatial specificity, right? It's just such a seemingly naive and simple approach, but it was still useful, right? Because at least the patient can tell whether there's light or not.
Yeah.
Right. When it's light, right, he got stimulated. He got some kind of feeling in his retina, and he can even use that 4x4 grid to detect edge, and the patient learn to scan it, right? Because in that simple model, nothing is considered. Like, if you are familiar with all the vision ratios, it's so sophisticated, right? But it doesn't consider anything. And it still could be useful. So, yeah. So,
exactly,
Now, when we talk about hippocampus, in real patients, right, with serious Alzheimer's disease, the whole region is gone, right? I even think even we don't include any input-output transformation, we just take some, like upstream region signal and copy it and just copy and relay that to the downstream region. Now, I have a strong feeling that still can be helpful. You start with no signal transmission at all. Now you have something, some signal transmitted, and that signal is not nonsense, right? It's still something related to the things they try to remember, right? Maybe the brain could gradually adapt to that, using its plasticity and make sense of the signal to do something useful.
Yeah. I think you're probably right. That would be the sort of deep cognitive version of what you see in those peripheral examples, where instead of using AI to do the decoding or encoding, instead you're just plugging the wires straight into the motor cortex or the visual cortex or something, and then the animal makes sense of it after a short period of time. So now, switching gears a little bit, we talked about the problem of knowing when a system is performing the way you want it to be perform and making a metric, but we've talked about it from the point of view of a functional model. So a model that's relying on having functional data.
Right.
Now, the other side of all of this, of course, are the groups that are reconstructing ultrastructure by using electron microscopes and all these tools. And maybe they collect some additional information, right? They may be able to detect proteins and such, so that they can determine a bit better which types of synapses or neurons they're talking about when they reconstruct something. But you don't have a big training set or test set where you can correlate the activity that you've got with some kind of behavior. Instead, what you have is information that you could use to try to populate a compartmental model, using cable equations and that sort of thing, by saying, okay, we see a dendrite that's this thick, so this is probably that capacitance and things like that. But there's going to be, just like in the case with functional model building, you're making a lot of approximations and estimates, and that all adds up in some way. Now, you can hope that the way the system is built, that the brain is doing a lot to keep itself from driving into a direction that is not useful, like epilepsy or something else, but that instead it has a lot of attractors, and it's using bursts where possible instead of individual spikes, and using a lot of synapses and a lot of neurons to make the signal more reliable. So perhaps some of these mistakes that you make or estimates that we make, it doesn't matter if they aren't perfect, but still it's, that's just kind of a guess. And that's not a real method for determining what you would call the successful model in this case, or how you would set up a metric as you're building it, or even how you could have something like what we might call a test set or a validation set for this. So I know this isn't, you have this other large-scale modeling work that you've been involved in. So in a sense, you know about this as well, even though the hippocampal work that you're working on and the reconstruction of functional models is a quite different matter. What's your take on this? How to go about such a problem? Mostly the problem of metrics.
Can you repeat that?
I'm mostly interested there in the problem of metrics, deciding whether you're building something correctly or not.
Yeah, okay. So my understanding is your question is very related to my pending NIH proposal on the what I call a combined magnetic and input-output modeling of the hippocampus, right? And that magnetic model is what I just mentioned. It's a full-scale compartmental model, right? A Harting-Huxley function equation-based compartmental model of the hippocampus with every single neuron modeled, right? Now with computer cluster, actually that's possible. It's slow, but it's still possible. So, and the input-output model is all the kind of machine learning like model, right? Including the MIMO model we developed for the hippocampal prosthesis, right?
Yeah.
So, so in that sense, so your question is a very big one, right? But I just want to first I talk about it in the context of that grant. Yeah, that's something I spend a lot of time think about it, right? So that in that approach, it's basically we are trying to use all the input-output model and population level input-output model as a matrix for the full-scale mechanistic or biological model, right? So the way it works is that we will have real data, right? Input-output data from recorded from real hippocampus during some important behavior, right? Like in those behaviors, hippocampus will be engaged, and it's functioning, it's guided in that kind of behavior, right? Mm-hmm. And for simplicity, what I propose is basically navigation. I think navigation is probably the best understood function of the hippocampus, especially in rodents, right? Yeah. You talk about episodic memory, it's so much more complicated. There's so many different sensory modality get involved, right? And a lot of coding, we don't have a very good model for that. But space, right? If you know the trajectory, you can easily map to entorhinal cortical neuron activities. And you have the majority of your hippocampus input, right, included. And that's a real function, right? So, so given within that context, what I was proposing is that we train the animal to do this, right? We collect a lot of data. And when we build a model, right, the model rat or the model hippocampus is also doing navigation with same kind of trajectory. It's also generating a lot of data, right? Yeah. But since, right, brain to brain, hippocampus to hippocampus, model to model, there's no single neuron to neuron correspondency, right? Because obviously not, right? So in order to compare the data you generated, there's no direct way to compare the data directly. Mm-hmm. Of course, you can compare something extremely trivial, like the mean firing rate of each region, their histogram, their distribution, right? But even you make sure that's perfectly matched, that doesn't mean much, right? That is not even related to behavior, right? So what I propose is that you need to, here it's a place, you need to use sophisticated input-output model or machine learning method as a tool to compare those two things, to validate your biological model with real biological data, right? You use model to sort of extract the underlying function within those data, and you find some kind of population level representation, right, of the dynamic of the transformation, because you cannot do direct comparison, at the neuron by neuron level, right? You need to somehow extract it to a level that the comparison doesn't rely on the one-to-one, right, matching between the neurons, but it's a sufficiently it's a sufficient description of the population behavior of the network.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know this is not a very clear answer, right? But yeah. But I guess
I'm sorry,
it's a difficult problem, right?
I keep interrupting you. I don't mean to. Sorry, did you finish talking? I didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle.
No. Yeah, so I was saying, like, because this is a complicated problem, right? Then you need to, basically, you have to have some kind of a model-based approach as your matrix for the model validation or model fitting.
Yeah, I'm tempted to ask more about that just because it makes me very curious about exactly how you're using it. But I don't want to ask questions that would get in the way of your proposal because you don't want other people to scoop what you're doing. So you have to stop me from doing that. But I'm just curious because I kind of get what you're saying, but maybe I haven't quite caught on to exactly what you're doing. So whether you're just using the input-output model with the animal data, and then trying to show that the compartmental model can produce data that fits what this input-output model can capture as opposed to the entire range of behavior, or whether you would also have to apply the input-output model to the compartmental model to get a comparative result, or
Yeah, the latter. Yeah, yeah.
the latter. I see.
Yeah, the latter. Yeah.
Okay, that is indeed a very interesting way of building a metric. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's definitely new.
So my understanding of input-output model or machine learning model, right? That's basically a abstract representation of the function, right? Representation of the functional property.
Yep.
Now you can develop different kind of input-output model, but the best model should be the most related to the function you are trying to replicate, right? And here when I use say input-output model, I don't just mean the signal-to-signal input-output model. I also mean the signal-to-behavior, right? Input-output model, right?
Okay.
Those functional property, right? So if you worry about whether your biological model or the compartment model is realistic, is consistent with real data, I think the best way is do something related to the function, right?
Yeah.
So and since input-output model is a representation of the functional property, so that makes it the ideal tool for doing this, the ideal metrics or validation tool for testing the biological model.
Yeah. Yeah, this raises an old question, an old debate that I've had many times, especially with Ken Hayworth, which is this question of, is the structural data enough, or do you need to collect functional data as well? Because in the case of this animal model, perhaps you can build the input-output function that you're going to use to compare with your compartmental model based on a rat or a selection of rats, 5 different rats doing the same experiment. But if you're trying to build a model that contains more specific information from a human being, then you're dealing with much more specific information, data, like you already said about the episodic memory being a much more complicated problem than just navigation.
Right.
So in that case, it would be easier for you to validate what you've got if you in fact also have collected functional data. If you don't have that, then you really have to hope that if you've rebuilt everything precisely enough, and if you can match characteristic things, like what you said about average firing rates, response kernels, and that you see place cells or something like that, that then it works. You have to hope, and it's sort of, you have less to compare with in that case. Yeah. Bill, I think this is where we switch, right?
I think you wanted to explain something about where and why it was cut.
Yes, well, sure, yeah. I didn't know if you wanted to quickly sort of do the transition first, but she'll go right ahead. So we actually invited, or we asked quite a few experts if we could do interviews with them before having this workshop. We generally do pre-recorded interviews because it can be difficult for busy people to set aside, 4 or 5 hours, whatever, to have a really long panel discussion. So it helps to just do that at their convenience and then show them here and then hopefully talk about it afterwards. Now, we got so many positive answers that we actually collected way too much information for one workshop. And so we went ahead and already decided to split this topic into 2 parts, one now and one in the winter. And we had to cut Professor Dong Song's interview into 2 parts. So we sort of topically split it. And so the first part has been shown now together with Conrad and Christoph's interviews, and the other part will be shown later. Also, to my knowledge, Conrad has not been able to join yet, but he did mention that he might have a conflict. So we'll see if he manages to join a little bit later on. Before we dive right into the panel, I just want to take a moment to thank everyone again for participating, especially those of you who've done interviews with us beforehand and who are here to discuss on the panel. Dr. Christoph Koch is here, and Professor Dong Song is here. Dr. Jürgen Kornfeld has joined us, who has his own very wonderful project that is directly involved with extracting function, or at least knowledge about function from the connectome. Our very frequent recurring guest, Dr. Ken Hayworth, is here, of course, and also Professor Yoon-Suk Cho from Texas A&M. And we have from our own group a whole bunch of people who would probably like to ask questions as well. I'll just mention a few of them. There's Adam Huzar and Anita Fowler, Keith Wiley, Keelan Cooper, Michael Cerullo, and many others. Bill, did you want to say a quick transition word, something about how it's going to be conducted?
Yeah, I'll just give everyone a few reminders about how the discussion will just operate and go. So realize that our workshop is participatory and it's open to all of our international attendees and our viewers. You can write questions directly into the chat that is enabled for our YouTube live stream. And one of our excellent staff members will be monitoring the chat, and they'll alert the panel to interesting and topical questions. More complicated or multi-part questions where it's important to establish that the question is both properly understood and answered are best asked by directly engaging and asking the panelists. And we make this all possible through our call-in number, the number being 786-540-5631 with PIN 180-618-986 #. And this can be found in the live stream description and on the livestream.carboncopies.org webpage. And if you're calling from outside the US, you may also use the web call-in option at call.carboncopies.org to avoid any telephone charges. And again, this process is very similar to calling into a radio show. Your call will be monitored and a respectful exchange is expected. And when your question would benefit from direct interaction, as said before, I'll invite you to call in if you can. And if you want to add a note to your question stating that you can call or that you can't, that's going to be very helpful for us. Dr. Kuna, do you have any initial questions to start off with?
Yeah, I'm actually going to hand that off. But before I do, I just wanted to say one thing, because we received a question from our live stream audience that's watching this on YouTube about the sort of the general scope of our workshops and this road mapping effort. And the question was, are we going to get an update to the manuscript that was originally published, what is it, 10 years ago now or more, from the Oxford University workshop we did on the whole brain emulation. And we actually wrapped our, sort of, we went around a few times in how best to approach the road mapping. And we've decided now that what we're going to do is we're basically going to make a living document. It's more like a wiki. We're putting a wiki style interface, adding it to our website that's in production right now. And we'll collect the updates in there, but we'll also allow you know, the contributions of comments by others so that we can improve things rapidly. We think a dynamic approach is the best for this one. But we may occasionally make snapshots and then publish those snapshots as manuscripts, as maybe you know, a publication somewhere or something of that nature. I would like to hand off my sort of privilege of asking the first question, because I think that Ken Hayworth has contributed a very important and interesting question already. He sent it to us slightly in advance. And this is about, it involves inferences and predicting function from connectivity, which I think in general is a good conversation to have because when you record data, when you measure something, it's extremely unlikely that you're measuring exactly the thing, the unit that you use as a parameter in your model. That basically never happens. So we're always making inferences. And I think maybe Ken can best explain his point or his question or comment at this point.
Yeah, could I could I present my screen?
Yes, please.
All right, so this will this is kind of a question that's addressed at Christoph and at Conrad. They're both saying, you know, we don't really know the complexity that we'll need to be simulating things at in order to get meaningful data. And my question is kind of, I look at the neuroscience literature and I see lots of hints that we do know. For example, Conrad kept saying, the proof is in the pudding. We're just not going to know. And so I dug up a couple of very recent articles that I'd like to get their opinions on. So, for instance, this is one, spatial connectivity matches direction selectivity in visual cortex by Rossi et al., August 2020. Long story short, they use a viral method to trace all of the presynaptic cells that are synapsing onto a layer 2-3 visual neuron in mouse, and they record the orientation selectivity of that target neuron, and then they ask the question, could the orientation selectivity and direction selectivity, ask that as well, of that layer 2-3 cell be predicted based upon the also measured by calcium imaging receptive field properties of all the cells presynaptic to it. And I know these plots are probably a little bit deeper than the discussion that we're ready for, but the answer is pretty much yes for for orientation selectivity, no for direction selectivity, and then they go on to show that connectivity can do that as well. There's another paper just came out. I was reading it this weekend, which is why it's fresh on my mind. Scholl et al. Cortical response selectivity derives from strength and number of synapses. They do a layer 2-3 visual neuron. I think it's a ferret, where they record the spiny synapse receptive field properties using calcium imaging of each of the spines going on to this of this cell. And then they ask the question, essentially it's the same type of a question, does the response of that neuron, is it predictable based upon the response of the inputs going into it? And again, they get an answer that is yes. And so this this plot here in gray is the response of the of that layer 2-3 visual neuron to different orientations, oriented bars. And in red here, they're predicting the response essentially based upon the number of active spiny synapses with particular that are synapsing on this neuron with particular receptive fields that are liking the different orientations. And the fact that these two curves are peaked at the same place and they're roughly the same is an argument that, hey, they're able to do a reasonably good job of prediction. So my question, and I'm sorry I'm being long here, my question is, and let me put it in a way that's maximally confrontational. Does this not present a inductive proof analogy, where if you can show that one neuron, its receptive field property is built up from the receptive field properties of the cells presynaptic to it, given a small nonlinear function of their sum, essentially, should we not be able to inductively go all the way back to the retina, let's say, n equals 1, where we do know the receptive field properties, and we can, if we had the connectivity of that whole visual, ventral visual stream, let's say, should we not be able to get the response of that, so that if we, for example, show a cat we get the neuronal ensemble in the highest levels of the visual stream that in the original animal would signal that it's seeing a cat.
I guess anyone can feel free to respond at this point. Christoph.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, no one, and I don't think Conrad also said it. I don't think no one says that there are no receptive field properties that can ever be inferred from connectivity. Clearly, if I'm in the retina and I see that I'm, let's say, an amacrine cell, or I'm a horizontal cell, and I receive synaptic excitatory profiles from presynaptic receptor cells, I can conclude something about that cell's visual field. Likewise, as you have just shown at UCL, they've managed to infer, on average, over many, many animals, I'd like to point out, and on average, they can infer something about something relative static like orientation selectivity. But as you also just said, can this approach fails already with something more dynamic, such as direction selectivity, because there are delays involved, and those are much more difficult to infer purely from the structure. So I recorded, for many years in the human medial temporal lobe in patients, we found these Jennifer Aniston cells that respond to very high level invariant concepts like Jennifer Aniston, or no doubt Donald Trump. They typically take 300, 400, 500 milliseconds to respond, which is very late. Surely they require feedback and sideways connection. I find it extremely implausible, and I've yet to see any shred of evidence that something as complex as that can be inferred from the mere structure. Clearly, the structure is necessary, but for many cases, it is not sufficient. In particular, if you want to infer something in this sample, in this one cubic millimeter of cortex. But on average, yes, we will be able to infer things like orientation selectivity, or maybe even contrast dependency, these simple collective properties.
Do you think that is a fundamental lacking, or do you think that they're particular? For example, you said the delays. In this particular paper, they said, well, on side experiments, they actually gave a reference to a 10-year-old paper. On side experiments, the inhibitory currents are delayed by 10 milliseconds, and therefore, if we put that into our model, we can get direction selectivity prediction. So I'm wondering. I hear what you're saying. To a certain extent, this is it would be astonishing if it was so easy to do. But I'm wondering more what you think the real brick wall is going to be that we hit.
Endowing the blueprint with dynamics. We need an evolution equation, right? Very simple. It's like if I look at a static mechanism, I need to endow it with life by writing down a differential equation or difference equation saying dv dt equals, or ds dt equals, right? And that requires that I have detailed knowledge of the dynamics. Some of it I can infer, like membrane capacities, I can infer they're present. Some may depend on receptor densities at a synapse. I don't need to tell you, there are 1,000 different types of proteins at a synapse. The rise time of any one particular synapse, in particular when I'm interested in human memories, which are very subtle, depends on the density of these proteins. So ultimately, I need some techniques that can allow me to reconstruct the differential molecular protein content of each individual synapse. We're very far away from that. So it's a difference between looking at a static blueprint and endowing it with life.
Well, yeah, these are all very good points. I know that probably our other panelists also have their ideas about this, but I'm just going to throw out one thing that I wanted to mention there is I totally agree that capturing the dynamics or the dynamic evolution is difficult. This is this whole debate about whether we can just go at it from structure alone. But I would say the important thing, in my opinion, to discover when you're trying to develop the dynamic model is to be able to put in constraints first, if you can. If you can find out which constraints are being used, then the problem shrinks somewhat. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's as Ken pointed out, if we know that they're inhibitory synapses and we know on average they're delayed by 10 milliseconds, then yes, I might be able to infer, I can then infer something more about direction selectivity. And we need to know that for every relevant process. And for the cognitive processes, we're very far away from them, particularly now that we know we are facing a brain that has 1,000 to 3,000 different types of transcriptional defined cell types, right? Thousands, several thousand different cell types that each differ very subtly in their transcriptomics, their epigenomics, their morphology, their electrophysiology. And so it's just going to take us a while. Anything helps, any constraint helps.
Right, yeah, yeah.
So I have some comments on Ken's question. So I guess your view is a little bit more on the passive view of vision. Let's say when you think of vision as some kind of information processing, and you just process a series, you process through a series of steps, and then you finally get some kind of recognition, right? But also there's this active process. So vision is a very active process. So I guess an example would be the famous duck and rabbit figure. So you have a figure that looks like a duck, or in this way, or if you look at it that way, it looks like a rabbit, right? So if you just use your inductive inference, then it may only end up in maybe one of these two alternatives, right? So by some sort of active process going on inside the brain, when faced with this vision task, it could either be seen as this way or that way, right? So to answer that question, maybe you may have to say that, okay, there are two processes that end up either this way or that way. So I guess that's a limitation of this purely inductive way of viewing this vision.
Well, I certainly don't want to give the impression that the visual. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're muted.
Did we lose you, Ken?
No, I just don't know. So I certainly don't want to give the impression that I'm assuming that there's no feedback connections. For example, the duck-rabbit analogy, that's a great one. I think most people would agree that is kind of an example of attractors in the visual system, that you could either fall into one of the, I'm seeing a rabbit or I'm seeing a duck. Those I would put forward that those types of attractors would also be, in principle, being able to be read off of the nervous system. But I want to make clear that I think we're agreeing on everything here. That there is a possibility that this will fall apart. So I'm putting this inductive type of thing out there as maybe a straw man, and saying, okay, so there obviously we need dynamics, obviously we need feedback, obviously there's a set of noise that might build and build and build and build, and at the end of the day you get nothing, even though you thought you did. You got everything to within 1%, all the synapses strengths, but at the end of the day it compounded into having the whole system not work. And so I think to move it to the next level is to say, what experiments are out there already that kind of address those particular issues. And let me put one that's concrete. Something that bears on my mind a lot is the idea of, do you need to know ion channel densities on a neuron by neuron basis or a compartmental model by compartmental model basis, or do you not, in the context of not predicting a single neuron, but in the context of predicting these attractor states, like what are you going to see a duck or a rabbit? And I offer up these types of experiments that could have been, it could have been that you didn't see anything, that you didn't get any close to the receptive field properties, as somewhat of evidence that we're not incredibly sensitive to those types of individual neuron by neuron parameters. But I'm really clueless on what the experimental literature may have to say about that.
Ken, you know, has this been done for C. elegans? Anything like that, of that genre, for C. elegans?
So the thing is, I follow the mammalian literature almost exclusively. My small mind cannot handle more than, than one model organism at a time.
Well, because it's pretty embarrassing. I mean, we're trying to understand mouse. Mouse has roughly 16 million cortical neurons, 70 million in its entire brain. And here we have a critter with 302 neurons, right? I mean,
Joe, do you happen to know the answer to this? Because you kind of follow that literature, don't you?
I do, to some extent, and although I'm hardly an expert in it. And I know that they have successfully simulated various parts of C. elegans, certain behaviors, but no one has successfully put it all together into, you know, a complete functioning organism simulation, despite the fact that it has only 302 models. And whether, you know, Ken's observations about deriving the behavior of one neuron from the behavior of its presynaptic neurons apply or has been applied in C. elegans, I just don't know.
Well, there's also the problem that in C. elegans, you're not likely to find as many of these other useful constraints, like finding attractors and such, because you have to treat every neuron as if it's an entire brain region.
Yeah, it could be that there's a lot less redundancy in C. elegans because there are only, you know, 302 neurons and everyone is doing something unique and critical.
But I mean, people have done these feeding experiments in C. elegans where there are two distinct food sources and the animal either orients towards one food source or the other. So those do look like bistable. I mean, at some point we have to confront this challenge. We want to do it for us. We have 60 billion cortical neurons. We better first do it for a creature that has 10 to the 2 neurons before we attempt it with 10 to the 11 neurons.
For what it's worth, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Let me offer one. I have to dissent. I'm sorry. Spines are great. The fact that we have these principal cells that receive excitatory synapses onto dendritic spines gives the mammalian literature a boost. Maybe I'm just not seeing it, but it seems like it might be an easier problem in principle to decode the nervous system of a birds included, of course, Jorgen.
Thanks.
That it might be easier to decode the nervous system of of something with spiny synapses than it is C. elegans.
Well, if I may, I think that this is a really interesting topic in itself, and maybe a good topic for a future workshop would be, you know, the relative merits of different model organisms for pushing forward. And we could get someone who actually is an expert on C. elegans to come and represent that particular end of the spectrum.
Yeah, that's a great idea. We actually did invite Stephen Larson. We wanted to do an interview with him because of the Open Worm project. He is, in fact, going to do an interview with us. I don't think he was able to join today. I don't see him here on the list. But yeah, we can certainly do a workshop on that. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I was interviewed, you know, I give an example, right? So the two biggest questions in life science, one is what's life, the other how the brain works, right? So if you think about to answer the question what's life, You start from a synthesized amino acid, right? A simple protein. Then you gradually see whether you can replicate a virus or a cell, right? You really don't want to start from human. Make a human, right?
No, but a lot of the same questions apply anyway, so I don't think we're going to be able to run away from those. Actually, I would love to ask a quick question to Jorgen, because he's with us and he didn't have a chance to, say, present himself by doing an interview in advance and such. Would you like to say just a few words about what it is that you're doing or what you're trying to do?
Yeah, like in one of the projects I'm working on, I'm trying to find a connectomic correlate of a learned song in a zebrafinch. So zebrafinches are these amazing model organisms that basically learn their song by, so the male zebrafinches, by imitating their fathers or another conspecific bird. And this is it's a cortically, like in terms of bird cortex, controlled behavior. So it's not like not a behavior that is basically just like subcortical. And we know already a lot about how a zebrafinch brain basically, how the different areas like interact to produce this behavior, and which part of the brain stores, like one could say, the timing component, like how to basically engage the muscles and orchestrate the muscles at the right point in time relative to the behavior of the song onset. And I want to basically look at one of those brain areas, which is right at the interface of that basically orchestrates and times the song, and translates it into specific muscle movements, which is one could say in terms of mammalian model systems, something like the primary motor cortex maybe. And I basically want to acquire a connectome of one of these in one bird, basically of this area, and of course record the stereotyped zebrafinch song of this specific animal beforehand, and then see and check whether we can find a connectomic or anatomical correlate of the specific song structure of this animal. So this is the general idea of the experiment. And then, I mean, you could do this also for other areas in the zebrafinch brain, for example, for area HVC, which is we think shows like these very strong correlations with the time, with the zebrafinch song time and the activity of the neurons in there. You could also do it in there. And of course, like ultimately, the goal is to basically acquire a massive data set of a zebrafinch brain, the entire brain ideally, and then of course have the like antemortem, basically have the song recorded of this animal, and then see whether we can basically go back from the anatomy in all the different brain areas with all the things we know about these brain areas, like the general. Or either you could either call it like prior knowledge or activity constraints on the different cell types that we know, and then see whether we can correlate this with the behavior that this bird produced.
Jürgen, but you want to do it at the level of the individual, not the average, but really one individual. You want to predict its song from its structure.
Yeah, I mean, predict is a little bit a difficult word, right? Because so the idea is, I mean, we know a lot about zebrafinches like from many different subjects that were interrogated using electrophysiology, using genetic methods, using anatomical methods, and this gives us basically a very strong prior for every different cell type in every different brain area, what it does during the behavior, right? And the idea is then to use this knowledge together with a connectome from one animal that was acquired just by one animal or for one animal, and then to see whether we can use these constraints that we've collected from many different animals together with a connectome of one specific animal to then see whether we can find a pattern in the connectivity that somehow correlates with the behavior that we have recorded of this animal. So predict is difficult, I think, because what we're really looking for is some very clear correlation between the actual behavior, the song motif, and the anatomy. If we cannot find this correlation, then it's a problem, right? Then the experiment has in some way failed. So,
sorry.
Yeah.
The important part here is that it's a correlation with the actual motif of the song, right? Because if it
exactly.
was a correlation, you could identify which song. This would be not any different than, say, Conrad's point about how so many different parts of the brain are involved in everything we do, and you can find a correlation anywhere, basically.
Yeah. But the good thing is, I mean, we know that basically these different brain nuclei, what they're doing more or less, right? So it's like we don't have to look somewhere in like whatever in the visual part of the brain in the optic tectum and look for correlations there. So we know exactly that we can look in nucleus RA basically, and we look at the incoming timing axons, and then I want to look how they innervate postsynaptically the projection neurons that then project down to the syrinx ultimately over another intermediate step. And then the idea is if the bird, for example, produced 5 different syllables, and then I know that the incoming HPC axons, they are active about once during the behavior. Like every individual axon is roughly active only once during the behavior. And then the question is, can I use the connectivity of these incoming axons into this brain area to basically directly infer their timing? And when you have, so you come up with some prediction for every individual axon when it should be active in the behavior, based on the connectivity. That is of course here the goal, and this knowledge that they're active only once. So I combine. Yeah.
How far away, how many years away are you from doing that in one animal? Get the connectome of RA and HVC, and then infer which syllable it is going to play.
Yeah, that's the cool part about it, because HVC, I think it's sufficient to actually have a connectome of RA alone, and RA by itself is roughly 0.3 cubic millimeters. So that's totally feasible using a multi-beam microscope or the Allen pipeline, for example, right? I mean, in terms of sizes, of course, the data quality has to be amazing so that we can use automated reconstruction, and then we have roughly 10,000 neurons in RA, but it's only 10,000 neurons, right? It's not a crazy number, and so. But I have this plan in my head basically since 2 years. I've not yet acquired the data set, but I think it's just a few years away. I mean, I don't see, there are no fundamental obstacles at this point, right? The volume size is reasonable. We can do that technologically today. We can record the song. Of course, there is like alignment and everything. I mean, all the problems we're working on in connectomics like every day. But I think it's basically a few years away. Yeah, it's not like 50 years, right? I mean, so.
That's encouraging.
Sorry, what was that, Christoph?
That's very encouraging because that's very dynamic, a song, right? I mean, it's out of a limited repertoire, right? I guess the zebrafinch can't sing the opening of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony.
No.
But that would be awesome if we could do that as a goal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this is, so I think the zebrafinch is really, I mean, I guess there are many model organisms that I don't know about where one could maybe do a similar experiment, but I think in the zebrafinch, we are really at the point where this is plausible. So yeah, I want to do this experiment over the next few years.
Yeah, so I want to better understand this. So when you mean you sort of reconstruct the song, right, from the structure, are you going to use like what I call generative model or it's a discriminative model? Because to me, if you can find the structure, can differentiate the structure underlying 2 sounds, that's a much simpler problem, right? So any difference you found underlying those 2 sounds, you can be used to discriminate them. But to fully find the structure to reconstruct the sound, that's a much tougher problem.
Yes, I fully agree. So the success, the way I would define this experiment as like successful is basically when, so for every HVC axon that for every timing axon that goes into this brain area, I predict a time based on the connectivity and that I see in this nucleus, and then a structure basically falls out that closely matches the recording of the song motif. So, for example, if you have like 5 syllables in the motif, then this would predict that we find some sort of chunking in terms of HVC of these axon activities, that we could align them in time and chunk them up into 5 different parts. And this would be relatively compelling evidence, right? Because it's very dangerous. You're not allowed to fool yourself by finding some spurious correlation. So it really has to be something that is incredibly compelling and closely matched to the recording behavior. And ideally, of course, we would also record like cellular activity in this specific animal, right? To then see whether our connectomic predictions basically match the recorded activity. But that is technologically a little bit more challenging. So because you would have to like use grin lenses and 2P recordings in a singing animal. So that's something that maybe comes later. But I'm working on that for HVC at least as well. But for the RA project, I think maybe it's okay to start without recordings, functional recordings. But to answer your question about the discrimination, of course, I agree. If you have like 2 animals and 2 different songs, and you just want to find something that basically tells them, I mean, something trivial is already possible, right? If one animal has like, we know that that song complexity, I think, and length correlates to some degree with volume of these brain areas, with the number of cells and things like that. Right. But that's too trivial, right? I mean, so.
Yeah. So it seems like there's no follow-up, or is there?
Well, I've talked a lot, so.
I thought I heard someone asking a question, but maybe that was just you. Okay. No, I think that just moving up a level, because sometimes it's good to kind of just zoom out a little. What I'm hearing from the way you're describing the problem of making sure that what you're seeing is actually a relevant discovery of the functional property of that piece of the brain tissue, and that you're really sort of picking up on something mechanistic about the circuitry from the connectome. I'm not surprised that that Dong Song asked you a question about it, because it ties right into his concern about how to be able to, set up a criterion, a good way to determine whether what you're modeling is really representative of what's there, which is that you need to find this sweet spot, it seems, and this is sort of the abstract view, a sweet spot between the knowledge that you have in general about the system you're looking at and what it's supposed to be doing and what you expect to find, and certain details that you want to pick up out of this specimen. So, for instance, your specific bird, or a patient, or a C. elegans, if we want, and you have to combine those in a way where it's a feasible problem, where you don't need to dig down to trying to replicate molecular interactions, and at the same time you feel like you're not being misled, that it's not like you're just capturing a very small subset of what your system's actually able to do. Am I capturing the general gist of where we're heading towards, both from the, say, structural side and the functional side of where neuroscience is going today? Comments from anyone are welcome.
Yeah, maybe I would get back a little bit to what we discussed before, whether we could predict somehow the amount of receptors in a synapse. So one thing, or what we are working on, is that we are trying to make a computational model of a synapse. And yeah, of course, that then when you go from the structure, from the EM tomography data to some like simulating the dynamic behavior, then we can, of course, create a nice 3D model of the synapse and insert some molecules there. Now the question is, okay, most probably we won't be able to determine all the proteins that we need from the scans. That would be too much data. But what we can see are, let's say, vesicles and ER and all the like the shape of the synapse. And what I wanted to ask, do you think that okay, let's say we have all these data, we know all the types of the neurons, whether we can predict, for example, the amount of AMPA receptors in a synapse?
I mean, to me, that seems to depend on the cell biology, right? We need to understand in detail the relationship, let's say, between the number of vesicles presynaptic and the density of protein of AMPA proteins in the postsynaptic receptor. And that's probably something very complex, actively regulated all the time.
Okay. And let's say we could be, we would have a model really of like a neuron with some environment. We could run, okay, this is the like epigenetic state, and from that we could figure out like what is going on in the synapse.
I'm sure we can ultimately. That's just, at 1 billion synapses per cubic millimeter. Now you just added for each of those synapses a little model that itself has 10 or 20 or 30 or 50 degrees of freedom parameters, right? Various time constants and weights. So it's
right. Yeah, but what I'm hoping where we could get maybe that, okay, we will have really this configurable complex model of the synapse, and that we should be in theory be able to abstract it away, and then we will have like a single equation that tells us, okay, this synapse, this is how it behaves, and we don't need to model the diffusion of the molecules there. And we just simplify this way, and then like abstract away further. Yeah, not sure.
You mean extraction some of the functional property, right? Without considering all the details.
Right. Exactly. Like I get some like curves from my simulation of the synapse, and then in theory I can find some equations that describes how these, like, I don't know, concentrations of certain molecules work there, and then maybe I can go even like a level higher, and in the end it will be not perfect, but I will get quite a good like a set of differential equations that describe how the synapse works.
It would be good if we can take a model system, even in a mammal, like a retina, right? The retina, we fully understand its input, its photons, completely understand its output, its action potential on the optic nerve. We have already detailed EM reconstructions about retinal tissue at any one eccentricity. So again, it would be cool, put in your synaptic models and, do a recording from one of the dish electrodes where we can record from a substantial fraction of all the 20 different ganglion cell types. And do we have good understanding of how to go from the structure of the retina to the actual pattern of output spikes in response to any one visual input? It's a feed to first order. It's one of the few and only feed-forward structures, right, in the brain to first order. And I don't know how far. I mean, how far away are we from doing that sort of thing?
Well, I mean, to first order, hasn't that been done in the sense that, there are certain retinal ganglion cell classes that have arborizations in certain layers?
Correct.
And the receptive field properties of, their mix as well as their on-off properties are correlated with those morphologies, even without talking about individual synapses. I mean, I'm glossing over. There's a level of complexity. Obviously, there's a level of complexity, but the question is, does that level of complexity matter to a particular question?
So for the retina, even for the retina, we don't know. We don't even know what the level of granularity is. Is it really 1 millisecond spikes, or is it okay to collect, to collect firing rates in 10 millisecond bins? If you look at, on the other side, if you look at the, and I think Dong Song mentioned it, if you look at our ability to stimulate the retina, right, with arrays like the Argus 2 array of second sight at the Mann Institute in LA, it's very primitive, right? We don't even have a good understanding. If you take 2 electrodes now in a patient and you stimulate nearby places, you get these very funny nonlinear effects that people have great difficulty understanding. So even in the retina, our understanding is still very limited. In principle, we can predict, for an isolated neuron, you show a nice center surround stimulus, and you can predict on average, the Mexican hat, all of that. But in detail, for any particular spatial temporal wavelength pattern across the retina, no, we're still quite a bit away from that.
So let me ask a pointed question. So let's say somebody was blind, and we're not talking about a crude retinal prosthesis where you've got this gigantic electrode that is firing a whole bunch of cells, but you've actually got each of the retinal ganglion cell classes is able to be, this is a thought experiment, is able to be activated based upon the stuff from the synaptic organization of the brain. Based upon something like a textbook model, something like that. Do you think that the blind person would see something that was roughly equivalent to sight, or do you think it would be just a jumbled mess because you've got to get the exact spike timing of those ganglion cells? I tend to think it would be the former, but maybe I'm fooling myself.
Well, we know from the cochlea, right, where they're cochlear implants that are quite successful, much more successful than the retinal implant. Do not walk off the operating table and call their mom and says, "Mom, I can now hear fine." Typically, in that case, it takes many weeks to months to adapt. So I think what happens there, you can replace some of the cochlear function with electronics, but then you need plasticity in the cochlear nucleus and in the medial geniculate nucleus for the system to adapt. So to answer your question, it is well possible that once this adaptation process is passed, yes, that people will be able to see. Will they be able to see with the degree of precision, acuity we normal sighted? That's purely an empirical question. There's no magic there, Ken. I agree with you. I mean, once we understand the function of all the cell types, but again, you mentioned cell types. We think we understand X and Y. Magno and parasol. There are now 30 different cell types just in the ganglion cells, and for many we have no freaking idea what they do. So yes, in fullness of time we will understand and we'll be able to replicate it. The practical question is, how far away are we there? 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 500 years?
Yeah, I mean the cochlear implants are again this kind of I think they use something on the order of a dozen electrodes. So it
got much better. No, they got much better now with the new what are they called? Also down in LA, they have now several hundred channels. They're getting progressively better. Yeah, but it's still a small number compared to what we have.
It's still not a cell by cell basis. So I realize you're giving me a lot here in the sense of I think that the brain is plastic enough, the rest of the visual system is plastic enough that it will eventually learn to use garbled data as long as that garbled data is information about the visual field. let me push it a little bit farther, though. Let's say that we're not assuming any retraining, that this is the first day type of a thing, and that if we took the retinal ganglion cell classes that we do know, which I don't know in terms of percentage of classes, I would assume that maybe we don't know that much, but in terms of percentage of actual access on the optic nerve, I suspect that we know the receptive field properties of a lot of those, just in terms of sheer number. So if we only got those correct, but we got it correct on a cell-by-cell basis, but we were essentially using the textbook models. Just intuition. Nobody's done this experiment. It's too difficult to do right now, but intuition, what do you think the person would see?
Yeah, I think we understand enough about the periphery that if we replicate the peripheral sensory cells, including the entire retina, we should be able to take advantage and see something. Yes, I'm pretty sure this person will see something.
Mm-hmm.
But that's in the periphery. The closer we get to the center, the less, then our understanding simply totally falls apart.
But
So Ken, which experiment are you exactly suggesting again? Because I mean, if you basically replicate like all the electrical synapses, or like all the electrical signals for all the different axons, then I would assume that of course the person sees like more or less the same, right? Even without any plasticity. But so I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely not suggesting an experiment because all of these would be way too difficult to do. Although maybe with optogenetics you could actually pull off something like this. What I'm getting to is the precision of the dynamic properties of each cell class that would have to be known in order for the others. Because I'm a big believer in what Randall was talking about, at least at one point during this, where there is a redundancy in the neural code, where an ensemble of cells is firing together based upon the input that it gets, and so there is this built-in insensitivity to particular timing issues of single cells, and I think that makes the problem in a sense easier, and that's my intuition, but I'm willing to have that intuition be overturned by particular experiments that have been done. So that, I guess that's what I'm trolling for. Like, well, Ken, you really should look at this study because people made this type of assumption and they completely crashed and burned.
I guess perhaps you can look into some of these sensory substitution studies, like using electrode array on your tongue and hook it up to video camera or something like that. Right? So by that process, it bypasses all of this these minute timing issues in the visual system, and then just turns that into tactile-based, I guess, visual perception. Right? Okay. So maybe you can look into those.
But okay, This is maybe a good moment to just kind of make a point for everybody who's listening who maybe isn't, deeply into neuroscience on why we care about whether this is adaptation carried out by the brain to this new device that you're getting, be it on your tongue or on your retina, versus a replication that is so precise that you are already seeing the way you used to see. Everyone could probably agree that having a wooden leg may be better than not having a leg at all. So for a function, to replace a function, let's say a peripheral function, be it a motor function, be it a sensory function, it can be very useful to have a device that you can adapt to be able to use, just like we adapt to being able to use cars. But this doesn't mean that it's, that you can just progressively take that deeper and deeper and say, well, if we can simply adapt to working with this new prosthetic device here that is supposed to replicate my amygdala, then I'm sure that I'll still experience my emotional attachment to my memories the same way that I did before. Maybe the amygdala is actually a case where you could say that. This is the wrong choice, perhaps. But so it doesn't necessarily translate that you can just do this to any extent adaptation and as deep into the brain as you want to. There are limitations to what you might be able to allow there. I'm sure some allowable. It's hard to say exactly where.
But that is going to be the clinical practice, right? Anything that we can conceive that's going to happen over the next 100 or 200 years, unless society changes radically, bring some of these devices ultimately first into patients and then into neurotypical who volunteers. And there will always be an adaptation process. I mean, whether it's DBS or whether it's, some new pharmacology or whether it's viral technology using, where you introduce some gene like the AMS or like certain types of retinal blindness, all of that always involves adaptation. So that's actually, everything else is a thought experiment. That isn't going to happen. What's actually going to happen is adaptation over a variety of time scales. And I think that's good because we can rely on the fact that our brain is very adaptive and our genes are adaptive and we are highly adaptive creatures. I think that's a boon.
But I think so. I think I can add something here maybe. So I think there are two major, basically issues that the brain has to overcome in terms of adaptation. And one is there's a fundamental, I think, genetic limitation basically, because I mean the genes basically determine how the circuit wires up roughly, right? And I think anything that basically requires, in terms of adaptation, a fundamentally completely different wiring will be very problematic, and adaptation might not be possible. But the second problem, which is basically critical periods, right? So there are like all kinds of critical periods in brain development that close. And I think it might be possible at some point to basically open them up again later through drugs that have yet to be discovered. So basically to make this adaptation easier, actually. So as long as you're not too far away from the possibility space of like electrical activity and how it can be used by the brain, that it might be possible to reestablish such a period of where adaptation is basically possible.
In fact, that's now being pioneered in a number of phase 3 clinical trials for post-traumatic stress and treatment-resistant depression, where people either do MDMA, there's a major manuscript under peer review now, or they do psilocybin together with therapy. And the argument of these are successful, and the argument of the therapist is that these drugs enable this plasticity that otherwise wouldn't be possible. For example, under MDMA, right, i.e. ecstasy, they put the patient into a state of extreme plasticity, where now with the benefit of a therapist, they can address their post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, actually, I want to go back to Ken's comments on the timing, right? I see actually two very different things. One is whether timing is important for encoding. I think the answer is probably yes. The timing of the spike is really important, right? But the other issue is that in terms of intervention, like electrostimulation, whether that timing had to be perfect, I think that's a totally different issue. Like because of a lot of the attractor behavior of the network, you don't have to perfectly replicate that pattern, right? What you need to do is push that network toward one of the attractors than the other. The network is probably fine, right? Now, one example is like even in the hippocampus, which is such a deep, right, brain region, so far away from sensory input or motor output, but people show that during DBS, like that's what Lozano did many years ago. You just stimulate the neighboring region, you can retrieve some vivid, recollection of the past memory, right? But that doesn't mean that DBS stimulation contains all the memory information. It just somehow triggers that recollection retrieval process So all the precise timing was retrieved from the memory. Although the stimulation is just one shot as a very strong, no timing, no information stimulation. So that's probably something we can rely on in a lot of the prosthesis application. We rely on the attractor state, the attractor property, so to make the response to any stimulation more robust in a way.
But these two things are related. So the fact that that you see attractor states and that you can reliably reactivate them with relatively crude methods like electrodes or like the stuff that Rafa Justa is doing now with optical activation of just a few cells to get a whole neuronal ensemble. That seems to hint, at least to me, at this level separation question, where there is a level of neuronal ensemble attractor that is the real level that information is encoded in the brain. I'm trying to be as controversial as possible. The real level at which information is encoded in the brain. And because it has this robustness, it should be less sensitive to things like getting the exact quantities of ion channels, right? The exact thresholds of individual neurons, because you've got lateral inhibition that's compensating for that anyway.
Yeah. This is exactly the hope, the reason why I actually hope that it might be possible for RA and the Songbird to do this, because I also believe that it's basically stored at like the attractors are like stored in some way in the neuronal ensembles, and there will be some redundancy on the synaptic level, so that maybe it is actually sufficient, right, to get the inferred timings of these axons I've been talking about, to get them roughly right. And then there is basically what falls out, like in terms of connectivity is so clear, is so unique that there are basically no doubts, right? Because at the moment we're looking, and C. elegans is I really like that you have these 302 neurons and they're all like one brain area. I think that makes a lot of sense. So, but when you actually have like a brain area, that you will observe in that brain area a lot of redundancy and consistency in the wiring, that then basically just looks relatively unique, and you could directly basically fit or match with the behavior. So that is my hope as well. So that basically you have these attractor states, in this case a motor behavior, right? So not something sensory, but still, or like a motor memory, but that you have these attractor states and that they're relatively unique then at the level of like hundreds of neurons and maybe thousands of synapses, and all of these things have to be consistent, right? It's not like that one set of synapses should point into this direction, another set of synapses into another. It's more like over higher order connectivity in this brain area, over from excitatory neurons to the inhibitory neurons, it all should be relatively consistent, so that the attractor state is actually an attractor state, right? You want to have it to some degree stable, so that even if there's some like noise that is basically interfering, that the bird can still produce its song the way it likes to produce it. So the robustness must be visible at some level, I hope.
I agree that, of course, or most probably you won't need all these details, but you need to construct the abstract model from something in the first place if you go from the brain scan. And for that, you will need to know what each of these synapses do, at least approximately, right? Or what I meant, if you start really just from the brain scan, then you need to have an idea about what the synapses do. And
well, I used to do this. If you look at Hodgkin-Huxley simulation, many of us are doing those, right? So there you have macroscopic, continuous, deterministic functions of current, sodium, potassium, chloride, etc. And then just to compare, I did, this is a while ago, simulation of the underlying stochastic binary microscopic channels. And it's true, most of the time, you don't need to do that, because most of the time, when the soma is big, you got tens of thousands of channels, and you can average over all of that. So to me, it's in each case, it's an empirical question. When can you, what's the relevant level of granularity? And that might change. It might be one level if you're doing a very simple left-right task, or if the bird sings one of 3 different songs, or it may be much more subtle if you're freely associating. In each case, I think it's an empirical question that has to be asked.
So isn't that question begging the question of what is the level that we're interested in? And so in the spirit of being as controversial as possible, the level that we're interested in, or the level that I'm interested in, is the mind. And I look at higher level functions that are being decoded, like I don't know, place cells. That's a good example of a really high level thing, or the Jennifer Aniston cell. So a ensemble of neurons firing in the visual areas. Is the level of our thought at encoded in neuronal ensembles? Is that really the symbols that make up the mind?
Well, many psychologists assume that you're not conscious of your thoughts, that what you're conscious of are the sensory reflection of your thoughts onto, inner speech and imagination, etc. But yeah. But we simply don't know. Yes, I'm personally interested in consciousness. I want to reconstruct my experience of the world, my pains and pleasure, my seeing and hearing. And I think you too, right? But right now, we simply don't know what the relevant level of resolution is. And once again, it may not be the same. It may not always be, million neurons, and it may not always be, neurons at the level of spiking at the millisecond level. If I'm doing a psychophysical task and you flash up images and you ask me to tell, is it male or female, right? And you just push a button, or an animal pushes a button, that's probably a huge attractor, and you probably don't need a high level of. But when you're going to a museum and you're looking at a picture or you're hearing a piece of music, then I think it may be much more subtle, and the details might matter more, the level of granularity. It would amaze me if that were not the case. It's like saying I can easily reconstruct. So we're doing this at the Allen Institute, right? So we're now recording from 110,000, 100,000 cells using neural pixels. And it's trivial to reconstruct from almost anywhere in the system, was there a black to white or white to black transition? But then if you want to reconstruct a detailed pattern of a particular natural scene, that requires much, much more detail, right?
So, Dr. Koch, I have a question for you. I always want to ask you this question, right? Because you are one of the pioneers of compartmental modeling. So, and everybody knows you are interested in consciousness. Do you think consciousness eventually can be replicated by very large-scale compartmental model based on Hodgkin-Huxley equations?
No, I've written publicly about this, because ultimately, it depends what you mean by consciousness. But ultimately, we will be able to replicate anything in the brain, any of its behaviors, any of its motor functions using detailed biophysical models or more abstract models. I've no problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
But modeling something is not the same as being that. You can model the black hole at the center of our galaxy, right, Sagittarius A star, but you don't have to be afraid that this computer simulation is going to suck you into it, right? Because the computer simulation, while it simulates the gravitational power to bend space-time, it itself does not have the external causal power to bend space-time around it. And same thing, I think consciousness is a real physical thing. It has causal power, and you can't simulate it. You have to build it. So if you want to build it, you have to build a neuromorphic computer. neuromorphic brain, that will be conscious, but you can't you cannot simulate consciousness, although you can simulate behavior associated with consciousness. I mean, right now you can talk to Alexa. If you have Alexa, ask Alexa whether she's conscious. She'll tell you.
But this, I must say, I actually don't understand this. I mean, just because if you build like a neuromorphic computer and then you say that this computer might have the ability to gain consciousness, then why not a simulation of this neuromorphic computer? I don't see the difference there.
Well, I mean, it makes think about it. What is the difference between the real and the simulated? The simulated doesn't have the same causal power. You can simulate a rainstorm, but it never gets wet inside the computer, right? Because it doesn't have the same causal power. So you have to build. It's not simulation. It's not just an input-output function. It's not a computational function. It's a physical thing. You have to build it into the system.
A simulated rainstorm is wet inside the computer. It's a levels of reality or levels. Popular philosophical diversion, which I think, because it's unfalsifiable, is sort of an uninteresting question, but it's popular these days, is our world a computer simulation in some outer computer? I don't really find that to be an interesting question, but the point is, you can conceive of reality as being like these within levels within levels. And at any given conceptual level, in which various physical interactions are being sort of performed on that level, and that is the model of reality at that level. So simulated water, meaning we've simulated it so it's not in our level, it's in some sub-simulation of ours, isn't wet when we touch it. A being, a neural network attached to a simulated body living within that world. Sensory plugins to the physicality of that world. It will receive the sensory input of that world. It will receive the sensory and arguably experiential circumstances of that sensory impingement of the neural network. And that will be equivalent witness to the entity living within that level of reality. That's my go-to response on all the simulated water isn't wet business.
All right, ultimately it has to do with the ontology. I submit with Plato was one of the first persons who said this, things exist to the extent that they exert causal power over themselves or over others. Unless you have causal power, you don't exist. Consciousness only exists to the extent that it has causal power onto the system, let's say the brain or the computer. And you can't simulate that. That's you have to build that.
I'm sorry. Could you explain that a little bit more? Because I'm not sure that I understand why a simulated brain would not have causal power in this universe.
Well,
only over its simulation and like what you do with it, right? But
I mean, if you give it external actuators, you know, it can even feel what wet is, because it could feel that suddenly there is a more cold sensation. You know, you give it the input necessary to feel what wet is.
It depends on I mean, ultimately, it depends on how you define causal power. It depends on a particular definition and where that causal power is maximized. So I'm arguing here from the point of view of integrated information theory that makes these claims that you cannot. Computer can do anything, but it can't be anyone. A digital computer. That's the argument. Although it does have, of course, some minimal amount of causal power. I grant you that. Clearly, one transistor, if you open a transistor gate, electrons will flow onto it, etc., etc. So it does have some causal power. But the way our computer, if you actually look at the level of the metal, are built, they have tiny causal power compared to networks that have tens of thousands of fan in, tens of thousands of fan out, and heavily overlap.
Yeah, I really do think that it's worth discussing at some point. Maybe it doesn't fit this topic, but what exactly is meant by causal power in that sense? Because it's very hard for me to imagine.
Simply the ability to influence your
brain could not.
Yeah, I'm happy to discuss this, but we're really getting off our topic.
No, discuss at some point though, because it feels to me very often that we make these judgments. You appeal to Plato, by assuming that we have a sense of what we currently are experiencing. And I'm not sure that that's true. I think that all of our statements, even statements about what we're experiencing right now, are statements about the past tense, something that our brain has already processed and that is delivering in a result to us. So I'm having a hard time around this notion of, you know, whatever that other thing is, that other Plumbers would put it, sort of this sort of phenomenalism that he's ascribing to there.
Okay, I got very little of that. It was very choppy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Randall. Your ring was coming in and out a little bit there, Randall.
Yeah, we don't have to dig into this deeply. It was mostly a comment about how, you know, when you look at Libet's experiments and the newer ones with MRI using the same approach, that we can, it's very hard to point to anything about our brain function and therefore what we experience and say with any certainty that you could say, this is my conscious experience right now, that all of it is a statement about the past tense, and these tense revelations, they're basically all part of your history, and the history is something that could be laid out by something that operates in sequence or something that operates in parallel, because you're making statements about these kinds of conclusions, right?
Yeah. But right now I'm just experiencing things. I don't have to report them to anyone. Right now I have particular types of experiences. That's what
but those
not in
experiences
the past,
right? These
not
are
in the
what you
future.
have just experienced. I mean, how small is the moment in time where you are
It's
experiencing
a very
at this
good
time?
question. People have asked that. It probably depends on all sorts of things like your arousal. I mean, the duration of time depends on arousal, on attention, all sorts of things. But during that one moment in time, however fleeting it is, it's all very fleeting. But however fleeting that is, there is this experience. That is what makes consciousness different from the underlying physical substrate. And the question is, at what level of resolution do we have to mimic that underlying substrate in order to get those ephemeral feelings? But those are the feelings of life itself. Without those, you're nothing. In deep sleep, you don't have those feelings and you're nothing to yourself. When you're anesthetized, you don't have them and you simply don't exist for yourself.
Yeah, this is definitely a discussion that needs more time, probably, because we just we don't
Oh,
even agree.
no, consciousness, that's an easy one.
The basics of what statements we can make about experiences that we're having, as in whether any statement, any experience isn't just the same thing as, say, a judgment, a result where you say you're putting true or false somewhere. That is the result of a process and therefore a past tense process, and that there isn't anything more magical to it than that. That's kind of where I'm coming from, but
Oh,
I
come
may just be...
on. I mean, that's a Vienna, that's Carnap, that's Vienna Circle. That doesn't get us anywhere. That's what people said, 90 years ago, right? Let's throw out all of metaphysics. Ultimately, it's just about provable statement. And if I can't prove the statement, yes, no, it doesn't exist, right? That was the Vienna, that was Carnap, that was, Wittgenstein, etc. And that excludes most interesting things in life and didn't get us very far.
Can I at the risk of making a comment in this, it seems to me like I'd be very interested in hearing Christoph's take on this, that there is a critical question here of whether you can look at a brain state and say the fact that that brain state exists is one-to-one giving rise to a conscious experience. And I think, Christoph, you're taking that attitude that there is some mapping between brain states and conscious experience.
Yes.
Whereas I think what Randall is saying, and what Dennett said so well, I think, in his fame in the brain type of analogy, was that there is no such mapping. That these brain states cannot be said whether they're conscious or not conscious until after their flowering of changes to action and changes to memory and the other parts of the aspects of the brain. And therefore, it's not saying that consciousness is an illusion, but consciousness is a process. And so can we boil this down to this question? Is there are people that think that there is a one-to-one mapping between brain states and conscious experience, and there's people that disagree with that fundamental assumption and say that consciousness is more of a process.
Unfortunately, it's more complex than that. Than even Dennett, and I've argued many times with him, does agree that there are certain parts of the brain that are much more closely associated with consciousness. I mean, you see it in patients. You go on a clinical ward, and some people, like behavioral unresponsive patients, vegetative state patients, they have simply, by any definition, they're not conscious anymore, and that typically doesn't result due to damage in the cerebellum. So Dan Dennett has no trouble accepting, yes, cortex has a much closer relationship to consciousness and the states of cortex to consciousness. So it's not quite as obvious as you pointed it out. But of course, on the other hand, there are also people who say, fine, with it, So I'm doing many experiments to look at to discover the what's called the NCC, the neuronal correlates of consciousness. Many people would say, fine, that just means there's a particular neuronal state that people claim is associated with these feelings. That's all. There isn't anything above and beyond physics. So, there's a huge variety. I mean, we could have many meetings just on this topic, right?
Yeah. I would be interested in those meetings, just for one.
So Ken, I had a quick question about your question. So when you say neural state, do you mean an instantaneous state? Like
that's a great question, and I would say that it's I don't think that it matters. I don't think that it matters, because I think that a brain state is when I think about a brain state, I think about it in kind of like the Buzzacki way of it's a time window that is relevant to the integration time of the reader network that is downstream. Right? That is I think a good definition of what the length of time of a brain state should be. And so you can, but I'm getting to a deeper message, I think, because you could either have a theory of consciousness that is based upon brain states, or you can have a theory of consciousness that is based upon self-modeling, essentially, that is intrinsically tied to what Randall was talking about as a kind of a past record. And I see these as these absolutely clear-cut different theories. And I think if I understand it, and I know Christoph has thought about this so deeply, because I've read at least 2 of his books on this, that I appreciate that there is a deepness on both sides of this question, and it would be wonderful if it could be framed in such a way that there was a clear-cut hypothesis that could be attacked. And I'm proposing that clear-cut hypothesis, I'm riffing off of Dennett, but I'm proposing that clear hypothesis is whether there is a one-to-one mapping with brain states and conscious states, or whether that assumption needs to be thrown out in order to get to a theory of consciousness.
Okay, so the reason why I asked was if you meant neural state to be instantaneous, then we can do a quick like a thought experiment. Let's say, would you be conscious when time stopped? Right?
Yeah, and God help me for bringing up this terminology, but there is a lot of great physicists like Sam Carroll that talk about quote unquote Boltzmann brains. And I just want to slap them when they start talking about this stuff, because there is no, talking about an instantaneous brain state does not make sense in a neuroscience context. exactly. I think that, this idea of a Boltzmann brain, that somebody should just, somebody from the neuroscience department should go to them and say, you're not making any sense. Stop saying Boltzmann brain.
Well, I mean, Ken, so your objection to referring to, maybe you're trying to apply brain state in a more neuro or even psychological meaning, but we can certainly conceive of a modulo quantum mechanics. We can conceive of the notion of a physical state to some Planck time duration of, like, the atoms are and sort of Heisenberg aside for the moment, but that's certainly what the is, that you can kind of, everything can be as frozen as a ceramic mug, short enough period of time. Yeah, I mean, even though it's a bunch of goo that's under constant dynamic, there's this notion that, for some brief moment of time, that's where everything is, right?
Right, and I'm saying that would have, there's no relevance to saying whether that is conscious or not. But that's taking the opinion that brain state is not one-to-one in correspondence with conscious state, that it's a process, that consciousness is a process.
Right. Okay. We're all in agreement, probably, that consciousness is means nothing without without a dynamic exchange at an instant. Conscious state. Right. So it means nothing to say that a conscious state is that there is this. We could apply the word state differently, not brain states, but state consciousness, which then map onto the underlying neurology in some fashion. But maybe that use of the word state, a conscious state, is now a temporal notion.
Yeah. And I want to apologize. I don't think I was the one that derailed the conversation onto consciousness, but if I was, let me apologize. But to also point out that it's relevant, because we cannot talk about a success of a simulation unless we talk about what level is meaningful for success.
Right.
And we can't talk about what level is meaningful unless we talk about consciousness. And I also do not run from discussions of consciousness, okay, because I feel like they are incredibly relevant, even if we can't say anything intelligent about them, or maybe I can't.
Yeah, I'm not trying to keep anyone from talking about it. I think we've spent a good amount of time talking about the nuts and bolts of modeling. So yeah, feel free to do this, but I don't want to keep everyone here forever either, because I know this is bound to be a conversation that we could have for another 8 hours. But yeah, I think what you're all getting towards, it's all kind of the same question, really. Because when I think about states, yes, what type of state are we talking about? It's not different modes of consciousness. We're often talking about it now as actually state, as in either, if we're looking at, say, state machines, it could be a continuous time state machine or a discrete time state machine, and you think about moments and what's going on there. But think about a physical thing like an apple falling. I can't really say the apple is falling by looking at its position somewhere right now. I can only say that in reference to where it was before and where it is now. And that's kind of where I'm coming from in terms of saying, yes, it's a process, and the same thing applies here to consciousness. And I can't make any statement about my consciousness at this moment, because a dead brain is also all that material. It's just sitting there. It's not going through any motions.
Have you ever done? Have you ever taken 5-MeO? Well, I don't want to.
It's okay.
But certain drugs, if you've taken them, lead to a complete. Okay, so then you might have experienced a complete cessation. In fact, this is what William James called a mystical moment, right? So, or mystical experience. Mystical experience typically go hand in hand with complete loss of self. So there's no more you. You're totally gone. There's no more memories, traits, desires, dreams, fears. All of that's gone. And there's no more time. It's not too long. It's not too short. There just is. These are highly conscious. These are some of the most vivid experiences that people have in their life, certainly if you listen to them. But they're timeless. Literally, they're egoless and they're timeless. So
or they are perceived as timeless. How can you distinguish between are timeless versus are perceived as timeless?
That's all. Look, for me, ultimately, the only reality, this is Cartesian, it's really going back to René Descartes. I'm not talking about the physics. Of course, there's still a brain that evolves. I'm talking about my only reality is what I perceive. And during those states, if you have them, there's no more flow of time. In fact, also space can also disappear sometimes. It doesn't always have to disappear. And so the question is, what's the underlying neural substrate? So for instance, in these weird DM or 5-MeO DMT states, is it possible that the brain actually doesn't change, that there is no activity or no relevant activity, let's say in the posterior parietal cortex and in other cortical areas that changes? Is that sort of the physical, the neuronal equivalent of this moment of timelessness? And that's an experimental question that people are trying to answer.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously going to be an underlying mechanistic reason for that experience. It's just very hard to say. I mean, I can't see how we could discern between the one view on consciousness or the other based on the outcome of that experiment. In fact, I'm very suspicious about pretty much any self-reported evidence because, we can say we know that we are conscious right now because this is what I'm experiencing. It's the only thing I can know. But, there's also a ton about our experience that isn't a realistic manifestation of what's going on in the universe. And very often we have illusions. And is the universe even there? I think that there's matter, but what are atoms really? Atoms are composed of smaller things that are what? And then you keep on going deeper down until all you're left with is ripples in space-time that are curving how the forces interact with one another from
Sure,
space.
you can question all of that and you can have a lot of fun. You can question the existence of anything else. But if you have a bad toothache, okay, if you have a bad toothache and you don't have painkiller, then the only reality can be this overwhelming tooth pain. Everything else, all these little word games, oh, does it really exist? Am I really in pain? All of that will vanish in the face of your overwhelming pain, okay? That's when the rubber hits the road and these word games simply aren't sufficient anymore. All right, guys, this is all very fun. I have to run. Sorry, I'm late.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
For my next meeting. It's great fun.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. See you again soon. Bye-bye. Yeah, I don't want to keep everyone else here either for too long because I know it's already 12:30 on the West Coast here, which is, I think, what we said that our end time would be officially. Please feel free to stick around and talk about what Christoph left us with for as long as you want to, but don't feel bad if you have to go.
There are some comments in the chat box. Wendell, maybe you want to go through some of those.
In which chat box? I have two different chat boxes open here. The chat from the meet, you mean?
Yeah, the meeting details.
Ah, yes. Okay. Well, Keelan, can you just say what you were writing there?
Hi, yeah. So I'm Keelan. I'm at the University of California, Irvine. And I might come from I study learning and memory in the hippocampal neurophysiology. So I might come from a learning skew, but I don't brush shoulders with connectomics folks often. But one of the questions I always have been wanting to ask was that connectomics kind of assumes this structure of the brain that's non-static, but rather it's a snapshot. Right, so I get the connectome of every cell in the brain, every dendritic connection, but we know that this pattern of it, or this structural pattern is dynamic. It evolves over time, and depending on which brain region you look, or which study you subscribe to, or which one you believe, this can range from synaptic turnover in the hippocampus on short time scales from a week up to maybe a year. There's complete synaptic turnover of a brain region. And so for me, which learning inherently involves this structural change, when we talked earlier about maybe structural versus functional differences, I think they might fall apart in that distinction because ultimately structure derives function, right? And so you can't necessarily separate the two in that regard. And also if you just had the structure of the brain, that might not be enough. even from the standpoint that the structure itself will constantly be evolving. And so just scanning a brain structure and saying that this is the pattern that you have, that's the pattern that you had at the time of scan. But if you scanned the same brain, if it's possible, and you didn't have to resect the brain tissue out and scan it, if you let it run its course, then it would likely change. The synaptic patterns would be different. And so I'm kind of interested how that problem might be maybe overcome with maybe synaptic changes assumptions, or if it's, I mean, perhaps damning to the approach that connectomics is the solution. Yeah, and I can explain that in any case because I'm sure I was unclear. But.
No, I think it's understandable.
Actually, very clear. I mean, this is some articles that say that synapses are not the place where memories are stored because there's so much turnover of synapses. The papers that I have read, though, on this, and I think you mentioned, some of them do track over a year individual synapses in mice, and there's a lot of turnover, but there's also a lot of stability. And there's models that that people have shown that show that even with complete turnover, you could still get the same attractors carrying forward. These are computational models. So I guess what I would argue is that yes, a snapshot gives you what the brain gives you enough information. I'm a connectomics person. A snapshot gives you enough information to determine function. And the brain has mechanisms to make sure that even though it has a lot of turnover, because after all, it's made of proteins, it's going to keep what's important, which would be those attractor dynamics, those neuronal ensemble dynamics. Did that
yeah, I think that's a good start, but wouldn't that rest on the assumption that the brain's attractor dynamics are static and that the attractor dynamics within the brain themselves don't also have to necessarily change?
Well, I would say that something has to be static because I can recognize the same I was taught in grade school, make up a word.
Yeah, but you can also learn new words, right?
Right, but they are on a foundation of stuff that I've already learned.
I know, but I suppose my point is that argument would carry yourself down to some fundamental, I mean, maybe it's like who is it, Pinker's language priors, that the brain has all these maybe attractor priors and then everything is built upon those. Because we know that the brain can learn because we're having this discussion of things that we didn't have from birth. So that means at some place along that line, there has to be new information added. And if you're assuming that the attractors are static and that they've been there from birth, then you have to say, well, maybe they're just new combinations of these or something.
I think Keeland is asking whether or not an emulation or a good prosthesis, an artificial brain, would have to include learning at all. That's what it sounds like. And I think probably the reason why we're misinterpreting your question and going off in a different direction is because we all kind of agreed with that to begin with. I don't think any of us were saying that we should not include the dynamics of plasticity in our models.
Yeah, I was actually wondering when you said like whether a connectome is enough. So, I mean, to me, the question is like, what do you actually mean by enough? Because, I mean, a connectome is just like an anatomical map, like an atlas, right, of like neurons and the synapses and maybe more, depending on the resolution that you have and what kinds of things you have labeled or stained. So it's clearly enough, basically, to look at all these different things that are in there. But of course, it's not like basically giving you directly like an instruction or a guide to how to simulate or emulate the dynamics, right, at all the different individual synapses. I mean, this is like a lot of knowledge that has to be inferred using different techniques, I assume, and then you can basically combine that with the connectome and then hope that your dynamics that your dynamical equations that you're assigning to each synapse, for example, have something to do with the reality. So, yeah. What is enough?
So then, maybe to be controversial, then perhaps by purely scanning a brain, you wouldn't have enough information to necessarily emulate it.
I think that's a true statement. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to disagree with that.
That's what I was gonna get.
Keelan, what are you allowing for in addition to the scan of the brain? Are you allowing for any neuroscientific knowledge in addition to that, like anything we know about, LTP, etc.?
I mean, my rationale on this is much broader than the question I asked, but I mean, perhaps I think it was Adam who raised the point that if you have an EM scan of a synapse, then you can maybe necessarily assume what maybe the number of AMPA receptors are, or maybe you can assume what the number of calcium cells are. All of these are structural properties. I mean, maybe
right.
Look at it, but they might not necessarily be enough to say how that cell's functional dynamics, the structural dynamics, not necessarily the action potential. I mean, talking about recording activity, I'm just talking about how the structure will change over time, given all the intracellular dynamics of LTP.
But aren't you
it depends on to which degree. Sorry, it depends on to which degree you can calibrate the connectome, right? To which degree can we correlate the structure that we see, for example, now at the moment using electron microscopy, with the actual dynamic rules? And if we can, are we able to get a perfect correlate in that sense? So can we basically read out by looking at the synapse and the exact dynamical rules that are required to fully describe it, or would that not be possible? And that is simply unclear. But I mean, this is the key question. So the connectome itself, that's just image data, right? I mean, that doesn't tell you that. You have to do different experiments, way more experiments to figure that out, but maybe that's possible. So
your point, Keeland, isn't that if somehow you lose the ongoing dynamism of the brain, that the structure itself doesn't have enough information to reboot a successfully running brain. You're not saying that.
No, I mean, I would go a step further, and I think you need much more information than that to fully emulate I mean, I think you'd even need molecular data and even genomic data, because transcriptional factors affect LTP, right? I mean, if I block a certain kinase in the brain, I block LTP, I change the attractor state of the ensemble. So even these minute details, which in our models we have to by necessity hand wave over and assume, when you look at the actual circuit and how it goes over time, especially at even longer time scales, like years, these are very, I mean, they're necessary for proper brain function. And so you would have to account for those in any full brain scale emulation that you would hope that would be close to what an endogenous brain would do. But I want to hear Ken's rebuttal, because that's what I was kind of digging for.
Well, okay, so so let me make this a little bit more concrete, so you have a easier target to hit. So what I have been saying is that in the far future, which includes a complete understanding of neuroscience, that that we will be able to look at a scanned brain, scanned at the ultrastructural level, and decode that sufficiently so that we get a mind that would be close enough to the original to say, yeah, that was a success. And of course, that would mean that we would know in this far future date about all the different cell types and what their morphological correlations are, about all the synaptic learning rules, and we would include those. And after including all of those things, the information on on individual synapses and individual activity levels and individual genetics expressions, et cetera, there would be still some unknowns because this is just ultrastructure. But those unknowns, even if you put in those unknowns with the incorrect values, that at the neuronal ensemble level and at the continuing learning level, there wouldn't be a significant difference that anybody would care. So that's kind of that's what I'm committed to, except for the fact that this is a hypothesis, and it could be the case that you need way more than the structure of the brain. It could be that you do need the ion channels. It could be that you do need the messenger RNA expression. It could be that you need phosphorylation states of receptors, etc. I don't think you need it, but it could be that you need that. So are you disagreeing with that?
No, I mean, I was just really curious about your thoughts. I mean, I think at this level, there's no way to know. I mean, my personal gut feeling is that, I don't know, I suppose it depends on the metric that you're trying to hit, because even with like a few neurons, really any dynamical system, right? There's going to be some chaotic defects. The longer you look, the more it's going to diverge, unless there's like some strong attractor state that pulls it back. And so my gut assumption is that the further that starting state is, and the more assumptions you have, the further that starting state is going to be, the more that dynamical system is going to diverge from what it would if you had started from the same point as the embodied system that you're trying to emulate. And so I agree that with enough assumptions and with enough data and with enough principles that you can derive from the brain, that you would probably get pretty close. But to get to a point where I think I could say that this is exactly the same, and I don't even think you're saying that, but to get to a point that that's exactly the same as me and the computer, I think it would diverge.
So
when you try to evaluate whether or not an emulation is properly predicting, let's say, how your biological brain would have continued to evolve over time and its dynamics, what is an acceptable criterion? Because, I mean, biological brains aren't completely predictable even in themselves, right? You give the same biological neural circuit the same input and it won't give you exactly the same output the second time around. This is why, for example, when Dong Song applies success criteria for his input-output models of what's going on in, say, a piece of neural circuitry between CA3 and CA1, he doesn't want to recreate exactly the same spikes at the exact same times that he's seen before. He wants to be able to predict a plausible membrane potential on a set of neurons that fall within a range of stochastically reasonable possibilities, and then apply noise on top of that to recreate spikes that make sense, and you get a train that you can use, which is in a sense similar to what you can expect from a brain. So that's why when I go at the problem of, well, how should your emulated brain evolve over time? How should the next time steps work out? And is it an acceptable emulation of who you are? My take on it is typically it has to be something that falls within the plausible envelope of what that evolution could have been, because there are so many possible paths that you could take, right? It's sort of a random walk that your system is doing. But even the biological one's doing a random walk. It's not 100% predictable which way it would go. But why would you even want to predict that? Isn't it good enough if you do something that reasonably is something you could have thought next?
Yeah, I mean, at the risk of dominating the discussion, I mean, the thought experiment, which bridges on the same thought experiments as consciousness, is that you have your emulated brain, you take that emulated brain, you create, say, 50 copies of it, and you tweak each of those copies parameters very, very slightly, depending on whatever assumptions that you have. Given enough time, all 50 of those copies would diverge in different ways. And then the question that you would have as the scan-e who's being emulated is that a risk that you're willing to take? Are you willing to basically take on that? But
I mean, don't we, like, let's say somebody has a minor brain injury or something, or even just the normal course of events, you're having some alcohol, some neurons die, or you get older, you're tweaking the system and it's going to turn into something slightly different than it was before. That's perfectly normal. I'm wondering if your question is really about, okay, if you tweak these 50 copies, which one is the real one? And then probably Keith has some harsh words for you about not predicting forward which one is the right one, but instead looking backwards and say, do they all branch to the same root?
Well, I mean, I suppose the folk psychological, if you're trying to pitch this on the market to somebody on the street and you said, hey, we can scan your brain and it's going to be you, and they would say, well, how do I know it's me? The best metric anyone could possibly hope for is that if you take that emulated copy and say you don't have to kill the person to get to it, and you take that person and you give them the exact same experience moving forward, that they evolve and they end up at the exact same place. So say I scanned your brain, Randall, 20 years ago, and I gave it all the same input as you do now, it would say the exact same things as you're saying now, that there would be no divergence.
That's not the question anybody cares about. You phrased it as ask someone on the street. If you start the conversation in casual, colloquial terms, everyone immediately gets metaphysical on you. They start asking, they immediately throw up barriers like saying, I don't even care if it's a perfect replica and it behaves identically for the next 20 years, because if you didn't destroy the original, then it's a copy, blah, blah, blah. You have to get into the philosophy. So you said, how would we approach this sort of from the question of like selling it to the general public? And the only answer is our entire cultural approach to this has to philosophically evolve, or what you're proposing is impossible. We're never going to just sell it, on a TV talk show, because everyone thinks they're an expert in metaphysical philosophy, which frankly I'm definitely not. And you have to answer the question empirically. You can't say, well, we promise you that 20 years from now this thing will be producing the exact same output, so does that convince you? Because they're just going to immediately say, oh, I don't care, it's just a copy anyway. You can't make any ground at all until the philosophical belief evolves at a broad societal level. Like, not only selling it to one person, like, we just have to culturally take on a completely different approach, or we're never going to get anywhere. It's just going to be a few niche people on a Google Hangouts forever. How change? And I don't know how you do that. Science fiction authors have been trying to give us creative insights into these things forever, and we've made no progress. Neuroscience and people like Koch are running these great laboratories, and the philosophy is going nowhere. I don't know what the answer is, frankly, but I do know the answer is not an empirical demonstration that it seems to have worked in a practical sense. That's not going to convince anybody of anything.
Yeah, I really think you have to think so carefully about these kinds of metaphysical statements that people make. So, when you say the best test would be to see if the system will evolve into what you would become, but you could have become something completely different if you never made that system. Or it's so, these forward statements about who do you expect to be next, will you survive to the next moment, are really problematic. I won't get into it too much, but yeah, Keith and Mike Cirillo would probably talk about that a bit if we were on that topic.
I didn't even, you had mentioned that previously, and I didn't even touch on that in my response. What Randall was alluding to there is that making an argument in some of my writing that I believe you can only inquire about personal identity sort of temporal connections, backward in time. So we can reflect on whether or not we are the person, who went to sleep in our bed last night, or are we someone on the other side of town? And our answer is, well, no, I identify with the person who woke up in my own bed, and some other person on the other side of town is me. So you can make this reflection about the previous night. But I argue that it's just totally, completely wrong to say, who am I going to be? I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to defend this argument. The argument I've come up with is this yet, whereas the past is absolutely statically concrete. So you can reflect on a single past, but it means nothing to reflect on a single future, because who knows? Maybe you won't be the same person tomorrow because you're going to be dead before then. Like, the question is just, I think, ill-phrased. And more to the point, it causes all kinds of trouble because of the branching identity scenarios. People ask, who am I going to be? Event. And they feel like they have to go into one of the future streams, and it becomes problematic. If you look backward in time, the whole problem just goes away. I mean, who cares if two people, they, sort of evolved from the same person yesterday? They can both just be allowed to make that claim, and they both get this claim to the identity, and that's the whole basis of branching identity. Oh, Randall, you're muted?
I think part of the problem is kind of similar to the debate that we were sort of getting into with Christoph, which is that people have sort of an innate feeling that there is something that has to move forward in time, as if there's a train moving on a track forward, which is, it's just it's a strange thing to say, really. It's a very dualist kind of thought about, like, this soul has to move in one path or another, basically, right? Instead of just making statements about what has occurred, like the thoughts that you have had, the experiences.
I don't understand why you guys are so worried about this forward question. Actually, I mean, why does it matter, right? I mean, you just have like 5 copies, and they're like changing slightly based on like slightly different input, but that's fine. They're still like all the same person in some way, right?
Well, forward in time, asking, which of the two, the original or the upload, will I become? That's a forward-looking statement. The problem with that is that,
you, obviously. To me, obviously.
What does it mean to say they're both you? They're say that, then someone's retort is, oh, are they sharing a consciousness with some sort of like Wi-Fi brain connection? Like, you have to be very clear about what people throw up the most ridiculous counter arguments. No,
they have different. They have like 2 separate consciousness.
How can they both be you? How can they both be the same thing if they are also different? This is non-transitivity of identity.
I really hung up on this whole social security number like identity thing, like label of one.
Sorry, and Randall, what?
Well, I mean, if you do a copy, then the 2 things are identical, right? So you have like 2 yous. But I don't see the problem with that. I mean,
well, as I said, if you pose that to people, they'll ask if they are having, if they're both you, are they both having your continued conscious experience or something? This is how people, like, they want to know which one of the 2 yous is the real you. I mean, they conceive of this conscious stream that has to go left or right both ways. Then you're implying that there's like this between them, like some sort of telepathy. Like, what if take me as a devil's advocate? I mean, I'm posing this to you. Like, this is what someone would throw at you. How would you respond to them?
Yeah, I think it's just this imaginary thing where they see their consciousness not so much as something that they experienced and then put into their memory, their conscious experiences, but instead as like this other inner little homunculus that needs to choose to go through one of 2 doors, either going into that brain or into that brain, right? Because they can't share one consciousness.
But that's a metaphysical view that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
I mean, it's simply separating like basically the consciousness from the matter or the simulation, and that doesn't make any sense to me.
I agree.
Yeah. So okay. Randall, Jorgen, and Keith and we agree on this. I think, and I would say that the reason why this even comes up is because it essentially moves the bar for a simulation infinitely far away if you do not address this. But Keelan, I think I'm curious if you agree with what we're saying, or if you have a rebuttal, because I us arguing with each other because we agree.
Yeah, no. So philosophically, my points were very different than the ones I was trying to make. So I'm sorry I kind of dipped my toe into the wrong kind of conversation. I mean, my personal view is that it would be like twins sharing the same memories in 2 bodies. Would be like the multiple copies. That's like the best way I would tell it to somebody. But my point was coming from the standpoint of modeling, right? when you have a model and you're evaluating your model, you have to evaluate your model forward in time. You have to evaluate it on some metric by some behavior. And so I was using the best emulation, the idealized, infinitely possible emulation as a metric, albeit that's not the only one you can have, but that would be the best one you could possibly reach. Insofar as when we're trying to develop these and build these, you have to have some benchmark and some bar to try and reach. Else you could just use the approach and say, well, they're all going to be different, so why even worry about them being different? Well, then I could say, well, these 70 billion neurons, wire them up randomly, run them forward. Well, that's different. And even I could give them my connectome structure, that's still different, but it's not me. So then you have to try and find that middle ground between what's the acceptable variance that you want to have within your models, given some benchmark metric that you define to evaluate this, to say that these models work and they're doing what we think they're doing, given whatever that benchmark. That was the point I was trying to make.
Okay, I totally agree with you. I think that's why the very first sort of part of our roadmap is really about success criteria, because you have to find a good, sensible middle ground, a sweet spot between the ultra, I can predict what quantum events are going to happen, and therefore I predict exactly what I'm going to be like in 2 seconds, versus, say, something so rough that you can say, well, if I can get it to print, hello, this is Randall, then it's me. Yeah, you have to find that middle ground somewhere where you feel like what is essential has been captured. So that, say, a concert pianist might care a lot about exactly whether he is able to still play a concert piano piece in a manner that reflects his interpretation of that piece. That would be a characteristic that would define for this concert pianist what the successful emulation of his brain would be like, right?
I think in the past, Randall, you've discussed, I mean, again, this would require sort of comparisons with, it's dangerous to get into comparisons because then everyone gets philosophically worried about it. But, if you just went ahead and made the model and attempted to, run predictions against it, I think this is sort of what you've described. And you're just trying to, once you're sort of satisfied to the psychological sort of similarity of the person, you call that the success criteria. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I feel like I've heard you say this before, right? It's almost a psychological test. It's just, does this person basically be the same person?
It's almost a psychological test, but you want this to be a test that is largely an objective sort of third-person test, because self-report, like from the program that prints "Hello, I am Randall," isn't good enough. So the receiving that self-report doesn't tell you that you've properly emulated the brain. You need to go a bit deeper. You need to really be able to look at, are these emulated brain areas responding to stimuli in the way that we would expect them to? Maybe even a virtual MRI in a sense, that sort of thing, right?
But the whole theory of the Turing test is that you can treat it as a Skinner box. You don't have to see whether the neurons are behaving the same way. Right.
But okay, that was just one example of how you have to go a little deeper. But you could go deeper in other ways if you wanted to model it differently. It's just that you have to make your test sophisticated enough, basically, that you can't just cheat it with an extremely simple, chatbot, right?
Right, but isn't that the whole point of Turing's theory, of his argument, was that you essentially can't cheat. That you can't make a chatbot that has an extended conversation. His theory was it takes a real mind to fake out the judge for a sufficient duration of time, because of the combinatorics in which the conversation can jump off in different directions explode so rapidly that it takes a relatively brief conversation to suss out the fake. Yeah. Now that's Turing test or other tests, but couldn't we apply the same principle here, that you create your emulation and you basically engage in a conversation with it, and within a reasonably short period of time, I'll even go as far as say a whole day, you've determined whether or not this person's passed the test or not.
Yeah, okay, so that may be true to some degree. I think the problem there is that nobody knows someone else as well as you know yourself, right? So you would have to be around to talk to yourself, and most of the methods we're talking about don't keep you around, so you can't be asking yourself questions. It would be somebody else asking, right? And you can't have a conversation that goes on infinitely. And even what would that say, since you've never talked to that person infinitely before, so you don't know what they would have said. But you have to do other kinds of constraints anyway, just to make this whole thing feasible. Because we talked about how to keep the problem from becoming, exploding into this impossible problem for modeling, the curse of dimensionality, you have to carve it up into some more manageable, pieces anyway. And you have to apply constraints and criteria to each one of those. And since you're doing that anyway, that's why you have other ways besides having that conversation with your Turing test to also test to see, does this seem to be the person? That's why my first example went to, a virtual MRI. Virtual MRI is also just kind of hand wavy, right? There's much more you can do to constrain the models you're building. But that's why I went there. And it didn't immediately say, we could replace the whole thing with a deep net. Because, then you can have a conversation with that deep net. But yeah, the Turing test, if it's not you having a conversation with yourself, you can't ever really get to the point where you can say, well, that Turing test succeeded. Or you could just make that decision. But then it's just like something we put in the corporate contract for anyone who comes into Mind Uploading Inc.
At the risk of jumping in, which I probably shouldn't. There are a lot of self-checks. I mean, if I were to wake up after a brain surgery, I would probably say, I have a declarative memory that I know how to do math. And then I would check and see if I have a procedural memory still that actually allows me to do math, right? I have a declarative memory that I used to like ice cream. I'm going to try to eat some ice cream and see that it tastes the same that I seem to remember it. And so there's a lot of internal checks that I think would happen that would approximate you yourself doing the Turing.
How would you know after the fact that it still tastes the same? Because you could have just built a system that is programmed to say, "Oh, this tastes the same."
Well, that's absolutely the case, but given how insane things like GTP3 are getting, if I had to project in the GTP 100 or whatever, maybe they could pass the Turing test, okay? But we have another really big constraint that we are also following the internal. It's based on a connectome. It's following the same internal. We can look at the brain and see where these statements are coming from, right? In a true whole brain emulation. And so, I think if you're looking at something like that, then the types of errors that you're going to get are going to stand out like a sore thumb. They're going to be true errors.
Yeah, no, I think that this all makes sense within the context of saying, okay, because we don't just want to build a brain, but we want to build Ken's brain, we are sticking to, for instance, following the architectural layout of a brain and following the knowledge that we have about what various regions of brains are involved with and what they should be producing. And then indeed, yes, this sort of stuff sticks out like a sore thumb. It's just different than when you say, well, we could just replace the whole thing with an arbitrary deep learning net, and then somehow you could do your self-check and say this tastes the same. Because then those kinds of sticking out like a sore thumb things become much harder to pin down, because then it's just you giving self-report to yourself. And it's not also based on all these other things that you want to be able to say about how this brain is working, right?
I mean, maybe another way to pose it, I mean, the individual difference parts is fine, and I think it would take more of a discussion on philosophy of self rather than any neuroscience or technology. But maybe another way to pose it is kind of what Christoph was saying earlier, when he's saying, instead of just looking at the individual differences between rodents, first you just want to look at the aggregate, the average. So this is what the average rodent's visual cortex is doing given this stimuli. And maybe just to step one, to maybe define a metric, we say this is the average brain response to the stimuli. And then that would define a metric that would be less abrasive to people trying to say, well, is it me or not? Because you're just, like you said earlier, you're just building a brain, which of course you would have to be able to do, which we still can't do that part, right? So you have to at least build a brain before you can say, I build Randall's brain, or I build Ken's brain, or I build Keith's brain, in the hope of trying to define metrics to build this thing.
Yeah, I think that's true. Certainly being able to find gamma rhythms in your artificial brain would be helpful as a metric to see whether you're going in the right direction. Yep. So are we reaching the point where we should be closing the meeting? Or are there questions outstanding that we haven't gotten to, that we should have gotten to? I have to say that unfortunately, I didn't really follow my initial guideline of carefully going through all of the questions that we received online. I think we did address many though.